graduated
Yeah.
and that her grandma. Well, next time you see her, Teresa.
Is Elizabeth back?
Right there.
Oh. So Elizabeth, are we ready to go?
Where's Leighton? And Elric? Because I asked Leighton was the father for. First I thought it was Christ.
I thought that's what Kurt was saying, because Kurt was supposed to go.
But the reason I wasn't here yesterday is because I had a phone to Elizabeth. And what I heard was it's not going to be on Monday, it's going to be on Tuesday.
There was a lot of confusion late Friday about that. You're gonna keep me alive.
That's all I want. It's the name of the
Remember the day we were here, we had that snacks. I kept the whole day.
I don't know what that is.
Yep. Oh, okay. All right, should we go ahead or? Elliot.
And Leighton too, because I call him Leighton. He's what? I know he doesn't.
Yes.
So we probably have to start then, don't we?
Yeah.
What time is it?
Right.
Zink is here. What it is? Yeah, I guess. Here comes Clifford Zink.
What are you talking about? That was open. But Princeton Pike right in front of my office. So I was like, in the detour, I was like, it was 3:15 and I was still in Lawrence, inching to get to 206. Yes.
I don't really need to start them. It's like,
Yeah. She wants to.
It's like waiting for the job.
Elizabeth, are we ready to go? Yeah, let's rock and roll.
Good evening, or good afternoon, everybody. Louder. Let's put this closer. Is that feedback? Is that too noisy? Be careful what you wish for. I wanted sound last time. I've got sound this time. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me start with the opening statement. Pursuant to Section 13 of the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice and time and place of this meeting was given by posting prominently on the official bulletin board in the municipal complex here at 400 Witherspoon Street, a schedule of the special meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission for this year, 2024, which posting is to be maintained throughout the year, and by transmitting a copy of such schedule to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, Trenton Times, and Comcast Cable of New Jersey, and by filing a copy thereof with the clerk of Princeton, New Jersey. My name is David Schur. I'm the vice chair of the commission. I'll be conducting the meeting. Julie Capozzoli, the chair, is not here this evening, as you'll see in a minute when we do roll call.
Ms. Satterfield?
Here.
Mr. Shatskin?
Here.
Ms. Howard?
Here.
Mr. Pyle?
Here.
Mr. Endersby?
Here.
Ms. Friedman? Chairman Shore.
Here. Okay. Do we have an official copy of an agenda? I think I only have one that was emailed. Hang on one second. Do you have an agenda? Oh. Thank you. Now I've got it. So we're going to skip over, well, Elizabeth, are there any announcements?
No announcements.
Okay. Then we're going to go right into business. How I understand that we're going to do this evening is to start with kind of a recap presentation from the seminary, the applicant, kind of catching up from where we were, where we left off a week ago, or a week and one day ago. And then from there, I think we'll go to Elizabeth, the professional staff member, for comment. And then eventually we will get to public comment. And what we're going to ask tonight is that either a comment is made officially through the Mercer Hill Historic District, or if someone else is here who is part of that group but can simply say, not repeating all the stuff that they've already presented, you could say that you're in support of what was presented, or if you have a new other piece of information to add, that would be great. We're not going to use a timer, but we're going to try and keep everything pretty succinct. The room is not full of a lot of people, so I don't think it'll take all night. If something changes, we can always talk about that. We may take a break at some point if this goes on for a long time. And I think that's it. We're in a better format than last time where we all can see one another. We have the slides and we have better audio equipment. So I expect we'll have a more smooth meeting than we did last time in the community room. Anything else to say, mention?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the applicant, as you stated, would like to do an overview, but then move straight into 31 Alexander.
Oh, right. Yes, you did tell me that. I forgot that. Okay.
Thank,
You need to really speak into your microphones, folks. It's hard to hear.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Is there anything I need to repeat? Does anyone feel?
If only we had your voice.
We used to.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Commissioners, good evening. For the record, my name is Kevin Moore with the firm of Stevens and Lee. Mr. Kennedy is taking a well-deserved vacation, and I am filling in for him this evening. Just sort of to confirm what you were saying, Mr. Chairman, we wanted to just give a recap of where we are on 31 Alexander Street. And by recap, I mean what the seminary is proposing. We have listened sincerely and with great attention to both the HPC and the Mercer Hill Historic Association, and with that, I want to break it down with what we are proposing in our restorations for 31 Alexander Street to the front facade and then the other facades of the house. With respect to the front of the facades, first with the siding on the street facade, we would repair, prep, and repaint the existing wood siding and install new wood corner boards. With respect to the windows, we would replace windows with insert Marvin Ultimate Wood double-hung windows with simulated divided light. In other words, we're not going to alter the frames or remove the frames, we're just inserting the windows. With respect to the window trim, we will repair, prep, and repaint the existing trim. With respect to the shutters, we will restore and repaint the existing louvered shutters and repair or replace hardware, including shutter dogs and hinges. With respect to the portico, we will repair and repaint the existing wood. Similarly, with respect to the cornice, we will repair and repaint the existing wood. As concerning the porch floor, we will provide new mahogany tongue and groove flooring. With the porch handrails, we will replace them to match the wrought iron handrails at 19 and 25-27 Alexander Street. With respect to the roof, we will provide new zinc-coated standing seam metal roof to match the existing. With respect to the other facades of the building, it varies similar to what we're doing with the front facade with the following exceptions. With respect to the siding, we would remove the existing siding and replace it with new wood cedar siding, which matches the exposures of the existing siding. With respect to the windows, we would replace the windows with Marvin Ultimate double-hung G2 new construction windows, matching the original glass opening dimensions within 1/8 of an inch. With respect to the window trim, we would install new boral trim to match the existing profiles. And finally, with respect to the shutters on the other sides of the house, other than the street facade, we would reuse and repair the shutters that were in good condition. We would replace deteriorated shutters with Timberlane or equivalent wood shutters when in public view. And for shutters that were not in the public view, we would replace them with Timberline composite shutters when it was towards the rear of the building, but they would match the existing dimensions, pattern, and profile. And that is a summary of what we propose with 31 Alexander Street.
And again, Mr. Moore, with regard to 31 Alexander Street, this is a modification of what your original proposal was.
Yes, we
This
have.
is after talking things over with both the town officials and the neighborhood
Absolutely,
representatives.
Mr. Herbert.
And for those in the audience, number 31 is the one on the far left of this illustration on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you go back to the first sentence of what you said before? I'm not sure I followed that, about the
Sure,
siding.
this is with the street facade.
Mm-hmm.
With the siding, we would repair, prep, and repaint the existing wood siding and install new wood corner boards. So
Thank
it's
you.
basically take it off, repair it, not take it off, repair it in place.
So this would continue to be the original facade?
Yes, it would, Mr. Herbert.
Is that a change from what we understood from last time? Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, indicate on the record, if you could, what your answer was? I'm sorry.
I believe that that is not a change from last time. I believe we were already, after extensive dialogue with the Mercer Hill and with the HPC agreeing to the replacement rather than, I'm not the replacement, the repair rather than the replacement of the
Yeah.
siding.
Just from my notes, Mr. Kennedy appeared on behalf of the applicant at the last hearing, and at that hearing, he stated on the record that these are modifications that were made pursuant to his talking with both the township and the local resident people as well.
Very good. I
have a question.
had remembered it differently. Go ahead.
I have a question about Boral. Can you repeat what you said
Certainly.
regarding
There will be
that?
no boral on the street facade.
Okay.
And with respect to the other facades of the house, the window trim would be boral trim, which exactly matches the existing profiles of the windows.
Is there a reason why you're planning on using Boral instead of wood?
I am going
I
to
know
defer.
we talked about it last time, but just to refresh my memory.
Certainly, I'm going to defer as a simple country lawyer to my expert architect.
It's much better, but it is a difference from last time.
We're prepared to talk a little bit about Boral today.
That's good. Yeah.
The Boral really has become an industry standard for trim in many ways.
You still can't understand what you're saying. Like you're eating an ice cream cone.
Quite the peanut gallery.
Okay, is that better?
Go ahead.
Boral has become a bit of an industry standard. It has many qualities that are much better than some composites that have been used in the past, and it has some advantages over wood. Some of those advantages are that it holds paint better, it lasts longer, it's not subject to moisture, it's unlikely to crack. In terms of its safety, OSHA says that it is a non-hazardous solid. Waste material is non-hazardous solid refuse. Intact material requires no special handling procedures. Stored as ordinary construction material. Where there is care needs to be exercised with Boral, as with many construction materials. There is crystalline silica in it, and when it is cut, you need to be careful during cutting operations to not inhale the dust. And we would also note that the National Toxicology Program, NTP, an International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC, also classify wood dust as known human carcinogens. So, in fact, all of these products always require some care when cutting. Boral is a new science material, 70% recycled fly ash, which is a byproduct of coal burning. And as I said, it has become fairly ubiquitous throughout the construction industry. Contractors often prefer it over wood.
Thank you. Can I do a check-in? Were people in the back able to hear that clearly? No.
Well, I see all these empty seats in the front.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the sound is better in other locations.
It'd be better if you don't use the microphones and you just use your natural voice and project it to the room, because the microphones
We also,
are muffling.
yeah, we
But we're
also
also
have to record it, so we have to use the microphones.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
I just have a question. I know that someone had mentioned that these changes...
Elizabeth, if you could just get right up on
I'm
top of that
sorry.
microphone, sorry.
Someone had mentioned that these changes were reviewed with the Mercer Hill Historic District Association and the municipality. So I just want to be clear that the municipality had reviewed it for the first time at the July 15th meeting. And I think that, I'm not sure that there was an agreement. I believe that they felt that these were improvements from the original design, but I believe that there's still a discussion. And one of the things I would like the HPC to talk about, because there were 3 members who had gone to the site, members Endersby, member Howard, and member Friedman, who is not here today. So maybe they could also talk about some of the things that they had seen at that site meeting, because it was specific to the presentation.
Okay, I'm going to make note of that. I think I'm going to ask that they get to finish their presentation, and then we'll, as we often do, have the discussion within the commission.
Our presentation vis-a-vis our recap of 31 is complete, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, sorry.
We are here to respond to any questions that you or the public
Okay.
or the staff may have.
All right, sorry, I just didn't want to be cutting you off. So, to that, the people that were able to go on site, did you guys want to make a comment at this point?
Or ask questions?
I have a presentation, but we haven't hooked it up. I thought maybe.
We can't hear you, Mr.
I have a
Emberly.
presentation, but we haven't put it on.
Mr. Endersby is saying that he has a presentation that relates to these properties, the
Maybe at
houses.
some point. if
And he
we-
would like an opportunity, but he doesn't know if this is the correct time or now.
While we're up here to respond to it, if he has a presentation, we may as well deal with it now.
But what he's saying is it's not on PowerPoint. Is there a way that you could talk about it and perhaps pass the material around?
I have it on a flash drive,
Okay, could,
but if anybody else has comments, I wouldn't want 2 extra minutes.
Elizabeth, can we do flash drive?
All right, well, we're trying to set this up technically. Does anyone on the commission have a comment from what we've...
They'll take it. Who will take it?
Does anyone on the commission have a comment while we're in this holding?
Can I just kindly ask, and perhaps to our lawyer, we here today are reviewing all that we see before us, which is basically the externals of these houses. We don't have any domain, do we, over any internal improvements or renovations inside the houses?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
While we're setting things up for Mr. Endersby, are there other comments or questions that other commissioners have?
Ms. Kim has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was wondering, I know that within my report, I had talked about inserts because my understanding was that the windows were really in disrepair. That's what seemed to be presented, but it seems maybe that is not so much the case, and I know that during the presentation, there were 2 thoughts of thinking. One is the insert versus the complete window replacement, which was original design, versus restoring the front street-facing windows. Can that be discussed at this point?
Well, I don't know yet. Certainly can be discussed, but I think, just to clarify, what the seminary has agreed to is that with the front facade windows, we would be installing inserts.
I understand that, but I was wondering if that could be discussed.
Yes, certainly. Just not sure what there is to discuss, so please share with me.
Again, you're repairing the, I'm sorry, the window, with regard to window trim, you are to repair, prep, and repaint existing trim.
Correct. This is with the front facade, Mr. Herbert.
Yep. Go ahead.
The other comment I want to make is that 31 Alexander is, I believe, the last property within that block. And 31 has the most exposure on the west side of the house. It's very open. It doesn't have another property right next to it, so the view shed is very narrow. And it really is very much exposed, so as I understand the retention of the original fabric on the other properties, I believe that that's a little bit more unique because of its openness. And as you know, the front block is original, and there is another section behind it that we had looked at on site, which has some a combination of windows on the second floor that were pretty unique and would be worthy of retaining if possible. So I would like your professional to address that.
Allison, if you want to go to slide, left elevation 31. No, not that one yet. Yeah, that one. Yeah. So there is not a plan right now to treat the side of 31 differently than the other sides. You're correct that the street facade, the plan there is to use is to retain both the siding and the window trim at the street facade.
We need to have the mic on
Okay.
to record.
It is on.
Maybe if you move it away from yourself a little bit and just speak louder. There you go.
Okay, we know this one works. The plan for the street facade is to retain both the siding and the window trim at the street facade. That, however, we can't install the windows that accurately match the dimension. If you're keeping the window trim, it means that you have to use an insert window, which slightly changes the dimension of the glass openings. So because the insert trim has a bit of a frame around it, it makes the glass just a little bit smaller. At the side elevations where we're proposing new sheathing, there we are able to install new windows sized exactly to match the existing windows. So there we are not proposing insert windows, but new construction windows that can more closely match the dimensions of the existing without the additional frame around the perimeter. To address the side of 31, we have the same plan for all the sides of all of them, and really the reason is because in Stedman's designs, the street facades are really the main event. They're the ones that are carefully designed. They're beautiful, they're well proportioned, they have large windows, they have beautiful cornices, porticos. But that level of detail does not exist on the sides. The sides are really quite simple. You also don't walk as close to the side elevations, and with the replacement wood siding from the distance that you're from the sidewalk really doesn't look any different than the older siding.
Mr. Haldeman, what about the second floor windows, the combination one, that's with the addition right behind it?
Yeah, so Elizabeth, I think you're talking about the windows that are directly above that side porch.
Yes.
Again, those windows are single pane windows. The effort to really drastically improve the energy efficiency of this building is why we're trying to replace these windows with windows that have double glazing to improve the energy efficiency of the building. So there are some older windows there, but currently we're looking at replacing those windows with energy efficient double glazed windows that would be new construction windows that would exactly match those dimensions.
Thank you for that. Other questions, or are we making progress on Elric's presentation?
Is Ulrich's presentation ready to go?
I think he has it.
Yeah.
It's on a flash drive, but it's, yeah, no, JPG.
They're all just pictures. They're just pictures. Okay.
Can we start it right here?
It should go.
I've got the number. I hope I've got the right side
Well,
up.
the number.
Can I do it from here?
Because they don't think they have quite enough.
Oh, okay, because there's stuff.
I think that's
I lost my computer earlier, so this has been put together very, I have some probably upside down.
So they're all in numerical order, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I should be able to, I need you to check that.
That's what I'm concerned
All
about.
right. There's something that you're supposed to do. See this?
That's okay.
Nope, don't hit this.
I was eliminating that. But it's where it says presentation. That's it.
So go to this, right click.
Commission member Satterfield had a question that's not related to this yet, but it might be a time to answer this question. Looking at the sample mock-ups of the shutter, that is just to show us the material or the actual design of replacement shutters?
Material only.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
So the shutters will look the same as they are now?
Right. One of the advantages of that company is that they very closely match whatever, they'll be able to do whatever you ask them to do in terms of, beads, panels. So they would match the existing shutters, generally panel shutters on the lower floor, louvered shutters on the upper floor. We've used them before. Their details are actually quite accurate.
Okay, thank you.
On shutters, I was, for those in the audience who weren't here the other day, we were told that as many shutters that are going to be put up, as many as possible are going to be from an inventory that has been collected over time that are the original or at some point collected shutters. And I guess my question on that is appropriate sizing. You've been able to match up that this is the right shutter to put in this location, and your inventory is, or your schedule is
Correct.
pretty good.
As much as possible, we'll use all the shutters we can when they match the window sizes that we would be setting them at.
Yeah. A detail that I felt you guys probably were addressing, but one that, should be asked and answered, so thank you very much. Looks like we have a new vision on the screen, so. Elric, were you going to walk us through this?
Hi. Sorry, I lost a computer this morning, and this has been patched together since then. I'm going to try and get through this as quickly as I can. This started with my interest in Stedman, and the reason why I bring this up is that right up the road here at Tusculum, there's this amazing stone barn, and it includes some interesting features. It's a Dutch English barn, but it has these trusses, which are basically unnecessary. It's sort of belt and suspenders. And I questioned it. It seemed like it ought to be something that somebody who was more accustomed to doing houses or public buildings might have used. The one on the top, which is similar, is from the Carpenter's Handbook in Philadelphia, 1786. It's echoed in Asher Benjamin's, one of his builder's handbooks from the 1820s next. Okay, one of the interesting things about Tusculum and why I was looking for a domestic architect were these arches, which are quite extraordinary, over the doors to the threshing floor and on the opposite wall. At the same period when this barn was built, basically between the 1830s and 1850s, the architect Charles Stedman was working in Princeton but as the principal architect for the Stockton family. And one of the buildings he did was Thompson Hall, which some of us remember as Borough Hall on Nassau Street. It was torn down in 1974, and it included several semi-elliptical arches. One is a fanlight, the others are shutters. We at the Barn Company actually have those in storage now. Next. It's Clifford Zink in the back, to whom I have to give all credit for the fact that my sense that Stedman might have been involved in the barn in Tusculum was that he had also worked on various churches. And Clifford pointed out that he was responsible for the Dutch Reformed Church in Harlingen. What's extraordinary is that Clifford, through Candy Willis, found that they had in their possession Stedman's original presentation to the building committee for that church, which includes all sorts of details. Next. I wouldn't ask you to go through the script, but I did transcribe it. And some of the things which factor on the projects on Alexander are under Carpenter's work. For instance, he says all joists to be 16 inches from center to center, studs to be 2 feet apart, all ceiling joists to be 16 inches from center to center, and all jack rafters 2 feet apart. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to see the interiors of the buildings the other day, to see if in fact they were close to those dimensions. Next. And he specifies everything, including painting and plastering and foundation work, and the kinds of wood that would be used for various features. Next. But what's really interesting is that he has lumber lists, and you'll notice that the 5 longest sills are 75 feet long. You can imagine them being hauled up into this little hamlet in Harlingen in the 1850s. The church dates to 1851. Next. But what was interesting, and you can also see here that there was a gallery that ran around, and again, the timbers, I worked through the timbers and I got a better and better sense of the building. But what really what really tickled me, of course, was the fact that he enumerates what he needed for the roof. Basically, it's a 60-foot wide building, so those girts, and there's 6 bents of which the barn is built, include 59-foot timbers, which would have been let into the sidewalls. But if you go down and you start figuring out, okay, where would they go? King posts, they support the apex of the rafters. Queen posts, about halfway down, because the rafters are so long that they're actually divided in 2, and they are variously 17 and 15 feet long. Anyway, did all of that. Next. Oops. Yes. At the bottom is the configuration that I came up with, and that's based on another of Asher Benjamin's truss designs that you see at the top. And if you do all of that, among other things, the rafters actually do meet over the queen posts. But I even counted things like floor joists divided by 5 for the 5 bays. It works out perfectly at 27. What's interesting is that the craftsmanship is nowhere near what Benjamin called for next. And these are the photographs that were supplied to Clifford, and you can see that those diagonal braces, which are what actually help to maintain the ceiling below, are scabbed onto those posts, at least from what I can see. I haven't been up there yet. Let's move on. Next. Oops, sorry. I bring this up because there's very little known, in my experience, about Stedman's sheathing, about Stedman's framing. There's a photograph in Connie's book at the bottom, a house that was taken down on Washington Road in the 1960s, where you can see it. And if you start thinking about those increments between studs, for instance, it works out to 20-foot rooms on either side of a 10-foot hall. You can also see the braces going up to sort of a half story, which is typical of the houses, a lot of the houses on Alexander Street. Next. Oh, I want to wait. Can we go back just fairly briefly? Okay. And one of the buildings that I have seen was this one that had a fire about 5 years ago. It's up on Nassau Street opposite University Place, and it actually has a wonderful Stedman window. It's centered over a Victorian cross gable. However, they had removed a lot of plaster, and on that basis and other things which were still in place, I was able to do the drawing at the bottom of what I think it originally looked like. Next. Inside, I was able to see some of the framing, particularly up in the attic, where you could see the framing on the gables, and above the rooms that are shown in the lower interior section, you can actually see the braces and the studs and the rafters, all of which seem to work into the increments that he called for in the church. Next. The fact that he was working with Asher Benjamin on this is not a surprise because, for instance, this is a drawing from Benjamin about the way handrail would terminate at the bottom of a staircase. The three drawings are from Benjamin's handbook. The photograph at the bottom is the window, is the staircase at 10 Nassau Street. Next. Next. And here we are finally on Alexander, and number 29, which has some wonderful decoration, including features which I haven't seen anywhere else. One thing Stedman liked to use are these little, almost like pegs that got driven in, and in this case, were decorative for the frieze. Next. The same house, I'm sorry about that. Ooh, well done. The same house has these wonderful capitals, and the capitals are based directly on the drawing at the bottom, which is in one of Benjamin's books. And you can see that this man, for instance, the widths of the church and the Tusculum barn are based exactly on the widths that are shown for the trusses in those various publications. Next. Oops, this is jumping around a little bit, but you'll see this is number 15 and 17. Next. Shorn of the mansard roof that was added in the later 19th century, you can see that the decorative element that dominates on this twin structure are the Greek key design for the in that entablature at the top. And that's next. Here's a close-up. Next. That's a closer up. Next. And then you can see I had these in color so you can see it better. The illustrations at the top are 15, 17. At the bottom, this is one of 4 buildings on Witherspoon Street which are raised a story to create storefronts below. This is about two or three doors down from the bank on the west side. And if you actually go up into this building, which I haven't done for many years, you come up out of the storefront and you get it to the top of the stairs and you're in a Stedman hallway. Next. Okay. Now, just some of the features that we saw the other day on Alexander Street, which the rest of you haven't. 31 was the beginning of our tour. Next. You can see what. We could discuss the condition, but that's why we're all here, is because it has not enjoyed proper maintenance for a long time. Next. This doorway you'll see on a lot of later buildings by Stedman, with the door itself separated with side lights and a light above the door as well. And those columns are modified from Greek precedent, but not slave to it. Next. Details. But what you can see on the molding on the frieze there is the Greek profile, which we'll see a lot. And you can also see it as forming the capital on these columns. Next. The dental work is something that he borrowed again from Greek precedent, but he uses a lot along Alexander. Next. Oops, sorry. Well done. Just to give some idea of the way these buildings were not his first for his best clients. Apparently, working people lived in many of these buildings despite their wonderful facades. And inside, they're very spare by comparison to this mantel form. The one on the right is actually from a Habs photograph of the interior at Thompson Hall. The other one is in a cellar at Rosemary Blair's old house at the corner of River Road and Princeton Kingston Road. Whether it came out of, whether it was rescued from Thompson Hall or had some other precedent, I don't know. Next. This is what's more common in the houses, including 31 on Alexander Street. Wooden mantels, quite spare, interesting details, but really very, very simple. Next. Detail. Next. This is a little more fanciful on the second floor. Next. Of course, what I was really interested in seeing was more of the framing, and so occasionally here I'll try and show a few. I still want to get back there and measure these buildings. There are some wonderful, not just the peg braces in the corners of the exterior walls and interior walls, which is what you're looking through here, but those steadying interior braces which occur in several instances in this house and elsewhere along the street. Next. Of course, I had no idea that the building had been completely stripped, not just on the walls, which would have been infilled with brick nogging, but the interior walls as well. I'm a little scared about that, but as an exercise in understanding his sense of Stedman's sense of framing, they're invaluable. 29. Next. We've already looked a lot at exterior. This of the buildings that we are discussing, this is the only one that was included in the Habs survey photographs that were actually probably sent by Connie Greif in the 1960s. Next. Next. There, you can see the building was in much better shape then than it is now. Next. And there's that column. Next. And there's the precedent. Next. They have an interior of the building, which does show plaster. The staircase seems almost too late to be as early as we might have thought about the building. This looks like something that would have been Civil War or later, but It's placed near the back for good reason. Anyway, next. Oh, no, oh, I'm sorry. The door in the back, I think, is based on another pattern book by a person by Menard Lefebvre, and that he was probably introduced to Princeton, if by no other means, from Charles Holden and Paul Tulane, who sort of made their fortunes in New Orleans. Next. Again, one of these very simple mantelpieces in 29. Next. I draw your attention to this one. Again, it's sort of somewhat similar to the one in the house next door, but we'll see that motif again. Next. And again, framing inside there. There are going to be a lot of big openings introduced by the plans that are being proposed. This one was a double parlor, and that's an original condition to the rooms. What I do hope is that where they're being introduced again, we have no purview over that, but I'd like to make sure that the openings you can see in the where the studs have been taken out, where the doors were placed. I'd like to make sure that sort of thing is preserved. Next. Again, one of those doors, the panels are very different from the sort of cross and Bible doors that we're used to. And that shows the mantel and the doors, and I think there's a lot of influence from Lefebvre. Next. There's some nice hardware on some of those doors, too. This is just a close-up of what remains of a window molding. I'm hoping that the rest of all of this has been stored and bundled according to the buildings. Next. There are other ones that we visited. I didn't have time to put them in, but I wanted to say that after we were discussing this yesterday, I pointed out that it's been my contention that 44 Mercer, at the head of Alexander Street, is probably also a Stedman house, even though it was reconfigured. And I stopped there on the way home and I took some photographs, and I want to show you why I think I'm correct in that assumption. Next. That is not the house, sorry. Next. And neither is that. Oh, I'm sorry, I guess they got mixed up a little bit. That's number 19 or number 25. Thank you for the clue. Those discs that you see on the door, those are definitely from Menard Lefebvre, and he uses them as a decorative motif all over the place. And one of the other places you'll see them in Princeton is at Tusculum. Next. They don't seem to make any, it's almost more like checkers than anything else. Next. This is the front door at Tusculum, so you can see what he would do for one of his prominent clients. And I couldn't find it, but I photographed doors exactly like this in New Orleans. Next. And that motif is quite wonderful. Next. This is actually a house that was disassembled down in Crosswicks about 5 years ago. Same motif. Next. And this actually is one of the Stedman houses. I think this is 25. I'm not sure, but anyway, I think that's a marble mantel, and the door again is one of those Lefebvre mantels. Next. Again, this is Thompson Hall. You can see that profile there. Next. And this is when that house in Crosswicks was coming down. Again, the same thing, but this one has all been disassembled, is in storage. If one of you needs a mantel for a house, I think I know where to find it. Next. This is 44. I wanted you to see the fact that underneath the scoring that was probably an early, if not original feature, it is a stone foundation. Next. Here's the front door. Doesn't it look familiar? Look at those, the columns on the pilasters on either side, or the door jambs, whatever. We've seen that on the mantels elsewhere, and if you look at the decoration at the top, that to me is very reminiscent of that one that we saw on one of the mantels. Next. The other thing is the paneling on the door. Could we get back for just a second? Okay, you'll see that there's a big piece of glass with the mitered corners and whatever in the middle there. I think that dates to when it was Victorianized. Now we'll go forward again. And if you take a look at this door, which is not on our side of the street, it's opposite, but if you consider removing the 4 panels in the middle. Next, this is what you'd have. So I strongly believe that the door at 44 originally was very similar, either with the 6 panels at the top or just 2 larger panels in the middle. Next. And there's that motif on that door. Next. And there it is on the mantel. Next. You provided this photograph, and somebody was on your detail there was smart enough to want to include both of these windows in their positions as you found it. But you'll notice that, as they did, that the moldings are very different on one from the other. And I contend that the one on the right with the Greek profile was probably one of the windows that was removed when they put that addition on. And again, would affirm the notion that it dates to the same period as Stedman. Next. Next. Another door configuration. I think maybe we've gone through the whole thing. Okay. Sorry I've taken up all this time, but I wanted you to see my interest, and I think that even though we don't have purview over the interior, it's useful to know something about the features that were employed in the building of these houses, and get a better sense of Stedman and the sources for his design. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Elric. That was a great slideshow.
I believe we'd be at public comment.
Thank you. So, public comment. My comments earlier still hold that we'd like to hear just a few people from the Mercer Hill group, and then if other people have different observations or comments to put, I just know that we don't want to just hear the same thing repeated many times. It's not helpful, but with that guidelines, let's open up public comment. So remember, it's state your name and address, and do you have to swear them? No, you don't swear them.
Not for this hearing. No.
These are just comments.
Thank you. My name's John Kerr. I live at 42 Mercer Street, and I'm here tonight for Mercer Hill Historic District Association.
You're not representing the association, are you?
No, I'm not appearing as counsel. I'm appearing as a former board member and the husband of the president. Our major concern is the vast removal of historic material from 31 without a conditions report. It's quite clear in the Princeton Ordinance that you're only allowed to remove historic material if it cannot be reused and repaired. That's the first principle of preservation generally, and it's right there, paragraph 1 of the relevant section of the ordinance. As you saw from the letter from the National Trust, which was handed up at the July 15th meeting, they say it is the usual method, consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards, that before you authorize removal of historic material, you have a conditions assessment. And if you look at Elizabeth Kim's memorandum to you, her preservation memorandum, she says quite clearly on page 5, the applicant should present to the commission the extent of the damaged siding, and if it truly warrants removal of all the siding, or if there are enough viable boards combined with sections that can be repaired along with the new boards to reinstall at a minimum to the most visible sides of the building. You saw her slide showing the side of 31 Alexander facing Stewart Hall. It's at least as prominent as the front facade. It's what you see when you come up Alexander and turn the corner near Brown Hall and Stewart, and you see that wonderful side and side porch. Why they would want to and be permitted to remove all of the original material on that side without a conditions report showing which boards cannot be repaired or reused, which windows and window frames are beyond repair and reuse, is just, it's just astounding, because that violates the very important principle that we're dealing with here. Yesterday, Mr. Herbert presented you with a memorandum on demolition, and in that memorandum, he drew your attention to Section 10B 379 of the Princeton Code. That section concerns applications of development. It goes on and provides that the HPC shall review preservation plans that are part of any development application, which is what this is. And in subsection 3, it provides, if the application for development involves a historic structure and the applicant intends to produce testimony before the HPC alleging structural unsoundness of any portion of the structure as a reason for the alteration of the structure or any part thereof, the HPC may employ at the applicant's expense a structural engineer or other professionals to examine independently the structure or part thereof and report their findings to the HPC before any final action is taken by the HPC. Now, the applicant has produced testimony that elements of the house in question are so deteriorated that they cannot be reused or repaired, but their presentation is general. It doesn't go section by section, item by item, as a proper conditions report would do. So our request is that before you make any determination of whether this extensive removal of historic fabric is permitted, that you require a proper conditions assessment, a proper report. And I want to turn the floor over to our expert, our historic preservation expert, to briefly address her observations. She's not been permitted inside the houses, but she has made some observations about the exterior. She testified briefly on July 15th, and I would like Margaret Hickey to make a short presentation.
Mr. Chairman, a couple things before we proceed further. One, I would like to respond to the fact that this is not an application for development. Application for development, as Mr. Herbert knows, because I see him nodding, is a defined term in both the Princeton Ordinance and in the municipal land use law. They mirror each other, and what that provides is an application for development, and I will quote, is the application or appeal form and all accompanying documents required by this chapter for approval of a subdivision plat, site plan, plan development, conditional use, zoning variance, or direction for the issuance of a special permit.
And that's not this application, no.
So this is not an application for development. There is no authority under the ordinance cited for a condition study. I would also like to politely...
Excuse me,
Mr. Kerr seems to
this
be
is an interruption.
Hold on, let
I
him
had the
finish.
floor, I
Let him
thought.
finish. Let him finish.
Mr. Kerr seems to be acting like an attorney. I don't know if he is an attorney, but he's calling witnesses. That's improper.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to respond as well. If Ms. Hickey wants to appear as a member of the public, she is welcome to, but she cannot be your witness unless you're here as an attorney.
She is a member of the public. She is working with us. And for the record, I am an attorney. I have more than 40 years of experience practicing.
Oh, hold up. You just stated before you're not appearing here as an attorney. Are you now changing your mind on that?
No, I'm saying that my credentials are that I have worked in the field of historic preservation for more than 40 years.
Right, but you're not appearing here as an attorney, is that correct?
I am not
Thank
representing
you.
a client
So if Ms. Hickey
tonight.
wants to speak as a member of the public, she can.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm asking you, we were told that we could present a small number of people who could speak on behalf of the Mercer
They are
Hill
welcome to appear as
Association.
members
So
of the public.
I'd like to turn this over to Margaret Hickey.
Thank you.
Ms. Hickey, if you just state your name and your address, please?
It's Margaret Hickey,
552 Elmwood Terrace, Linden, New Jersey. So last time I don't necessarily want to repeat myself because I did go into somewhat of detail with regard to the presentation. I did write a report for the Mercer Hill. I updated it based on the presentation last week with regard to the changes. And I do still contend that the building conditions are adequate to allow for rehabilitation rather than replacement. I did want to make specific comments to some of the statements that were made this evening. One was the statement that the use of boral is ubiquitous in the industry. I do question whether that's a fair enough reason for its proposed use in this application. And the other thing I want to talk about is, because it was addressed with regard to the side elevations, and I think Mr. Endersby kind of reinforced through his presentation that the side elevations are simple in their design, but I think that is actually by design. As Mr. Enderby noted, that Stedman had a very simple approach to these particular buildings that are portrayed not just on the front elevation, but on all sides. And so just taking out the front and treating the sides as separate is not the correct preservation approach, particularly since there's a carrying on of that simplicity at the exterior to the interior to the fenestration patterns, et cetera, as he presented. And I did question 44 Mercer, and one of the things that I did not mention last time, and is not addressed in the plans now, and
Just so we're clear, we're only addressing right now 31 Alexander.
Okay, got it. But, okay, so one of the things I didn't talk about last time was actually the treatment of the foundations. So I don't think that's addressed in any of the drawings that were presented, and that might be something that the applicant may also want to look at, because that also speaks to the building's history, evolution, and age. So we can provide our report to the HPC. It's really rather detailed with regard to every building. And I do think that, and again, supporting an understanding of the conditions would help the HPC make their decisions.
Mr. Herbert, I would object to the inclusion of the report because there's no representation of an attorney here. There's no qualification of the witness as an expert, and I would object to the report.
But we presented last year, and I'm
sorry, say again?
I was sworn in last week.
Sworn in has nothing to do with qualification.
Yeah, the board hasn't qualified you as an expert in the area.
Which we did. But you did.
We did. You're right. I apologize. So the board did take it in. Mr. Chairman, you can accept the report if you would like, with the proviso, as you've heard from Mr. Moore, that they object and you give it the proper weight that you believe it should be given.
Well, it seems like if it's information out there, we should have access to see it. So yes, please.
We would need a copy of that report as well.
Of course.
Mr. Chairman, I was wondering, I know that right now we're looking at 31. Since I believe this report includes all the properties, is that correct?
It is, but it is updated specifically to 31 because that was the only one that was presented last time.
Okay, thank you.
If you could just give Mr. Moore one as well.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I do raise another point that one of my experts just whispered in my ear, that since The witness was not allowed inside, even though this is dealing with the facades. You can't really accurately determine what's going on with the facades without an internal
Yeah.
view.
Board members, you're hearing from Mr. Moore various objections again to this report. Again, I would, because this is similar to what would be a planning board hearing, I would, we usually allow in all information, but give it its proper weight. You've heard Mr. Moore's objections, and you can read the report and decide how much weight you want to give it to your decision.
Noted.
We also have a second person named Ira Smith. He was sworn in as an expert at the July 15th hearing, and he has a few additional comments specific to the issues related to number 31 Alexander.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, just state your name for the record and your address.
Ira Smith, address home or business?
Business is fine.
6 South Fullerton Avenue. Oop. Thank you.
Fullerton Avenue where?
6 South Fullerton Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey.
Thank you.
For full disclosure, I'm here at the request of the MHHDA. And I did have a chance to speak and be sworn in last Monday. My qualifications include, I'll just say one thing, as former chair of Montclair's Historic Preservation Commission. And as a preface to my statement, I'd like to clarify for the commission and the applicant that the MHHDA did not ask me to represent a particular position, but was concerned about the application for 31 Alexander and was curious to know if I saw what they saw in terms of its preparation and presentation. I want to thank the commission for their time last Monday. I went a little long. I won't go long this time. I want to thank Mr. Endersby for his presentation. For me, it really demonstrates the value of more information being useful to you rather than less. You might have looked at his presentation and thought, well, how is this ultimately useful? I think it's fascinating that he actually found specifications for Mr. Stedman's work, albeit not on Alexander, but it can sometimes be instructive for both the applicant and the commission to take a look at those specifications to understand how the building systems that might be similar to the applicant's project were put together, and it could inform design decisions and HPC reactions to those design decisions. I'm doing my best not to repeat myself. I forgot to state one very important thing when I was here, which I'll end with if I have time. I think what I'd like to say about 31 Alexander is that we heard again this evening that the front facade siding, front elevation siding will be left in place. What we don't know and what we haven't heard about is whether or not the interior system, building system, will be altered. And I bring that up only because if I were an HPC member, I'd want to know, well, if you can treat the front facade in a way that's satisfactory to you as an architect and to the applicant, why can't that treatment also be applied to the side elevations? Is there an alternative wall section where sheathing or waterproof membrane or something else is being introduced? And could that not be a compromise, an alternative solution for the side elevations? Now, I don't have an answer, and neither does the HPC. That's because we're missing a wall section through the front elevation of 31 Alexander. Who knows what it would show? And I'm not talking about just the existing condition, but the proposed condition. It could be instructive as far as how you might want to think about your alternatives for the treatments of the side elevations of these homes, 31 Alexander, of course, being the subject under discussion right now. And of course, an existing conditions report would be super useful. It would show the nogging. Nogging is the brick infill between the wood framing. It's sort of backwards for how we build today because it provided a certain amount of thermal protection, soundproofing. Obviously, it was the surface against which plaster and lath would generally be applied. But we're missing that information. The other thing I'd just like to mention is it's not clear to me from the conversation the HPC has had about 31 Alexander whether it intends to proceed with a vote or not, with or without conditions. I would just like to point out that in the absence of a certain range of existing conditions information, I think it was the vice chair who mentioned about the shutters and which ones will be saved, which ones won't. I hope there's an inventory. You all shouldn't have to hope as far as understanding what will be reused or preserved or rehabilitated or simply replaced. There are times when a conditional approval can be very useful, but that tends to be when you have clear alternatives in front of you, generally presented by the applicant. We could do it this way, here's a drawing, a detail, a spec, or we could do it this way, drawing, detail, spec. And the commission may rule in both or rule out both or say not option A, but option B. You're not really being given that information here. There are times when a conditional approval, I think, works well, and it's when that clarity exists. So I would just urge the commission to take its time with 31 Alexander, because I think the precedent you set here will likely be applied in terms of the quality of the information you have, the care of your review to subsequent applications, because these homes are also similar to one another. It just seems natural that you would want to apply one kind of way of thinking to 31 Alexander to the rest of the homes on the street. So perhaps that suggests more of an overall or bundled approach rather than one by one. That really does it, except I will mention one comment. Historic fabric really is the primary charge. The restoration or preservation, possible replacement of historic fabric really is always at the heart of what you're doing. It's not tied to any personal preferences for certain kinds of styles or expected outcomes. It doesn't relate to the status of the applicant or how awesome or not awesome their prior application was. Nor does it have to relate to the scale or size of the proposed alteration. Modest homes with architectural pedigree and historic relevance deserve the same intense scrutiny as I'm urging you to apply to 31 Alexander. It's really about the material fabric at hand, as again Mr. Endersby demonstrated. The historic research is your guide, primary guide for how to proceed. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I recognize the regular public hasn't yet gotten an opportunity to speak, but we are prepared to respond in a very direct and responsive manner to the questions that have been raised by the past two expert witnesses. So I would have the Commission's indulgence to recall Mr. Hediger to do that.
Mr. Chair, why don't we finish up with the public, and then we can have the rebuttal, if that's
I think
okay
that's
with you.
smoother.
Yeah.
Understood.
I'm here only to say that that concludes the Mercer Hill presentation tonight. I know there are members of the public who want to speak, so we yield.
Thank you. So, members.
Just a clarifying question for us. Have we concluded our own internal discussion as to the visit of our colleagues to the interior of the building and their findings? Is that relevant here? I don't know if it's
Why don't we wait for that till after we've heard from the public, or heard rebuttal back from the applicant, and then part of our discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ann.
Hi, I'm Ann Neumann from 22 Alexander Street, and this is my second time before the Historic Preservation Commission. The last time I was here was in about 2010, when we did a renovation to our house, and we dotted every I and crossed every T, and we knew we had done that because our architect was Jeffrey Clark, who had been the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission for a number of decades. We felt that it was our duty to make that kind of care in bringing a request for a renovation before the commission, because it's part of the duty of living in a historic district. And if I were now to let my home fall into disrepair and then come back to you and say that the home is in such disrepair that it's impossible to use the existing materials in any renovation, I would think that I had again failed in my duty as a as a resident of this neighborhood. I realize these comments seem sort of naive and perhaps inappropriate, but that's how I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one correction to what Ann volunteered a minute ago. Jeff Clark was the president of the Historical Society of Princeton and wasn't chair of the Princeton Historic Preservation Commission, unless he was chair of the Boroughs Commission. No, okay. But a noted, yeah, right. Thank you. Other members of the public, please.
My name is Jane McLennan, and my husband and I live at 6 Edgehill Street and have lived there for over 30 years. Over that 30-year period, and by the way, my husband and I were married in Princeton Seminary Chapel. He's a graduate of the seminary, so we have a history with the seminary and, you know, great affection on a certain level. We have watched the deterioration of the seminary properties over time, and I don't know whether this is within your purview at all, but if you, once these issues are settled, if there could be some mandate that the seminary maintains its properties. My own view, having watched the deterioration over the years, is that this is totally related to neglect and a lack of appreciation for the setting where these wonderful homes are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Butler, 18 Hibben Road. You shouldn't be allowed to murder your parents and beg the court for mercy because you're an orphan. I want to second Jane's comment.
That, I think, is rather an inappropriate comment.
It's a joke.
What was your address again, ma'am?
Joe Butler, 18 Hibben Road.
18
I want to 18 Hibben Road,
Road,
H-I-B-B-E-N. I want to piggyback on Jane's comments that the deterioration of these properties is really the result of lack of maintenance and represents just deferred maintenance. And so I have little sympathy for the costs that may be involved in this. I'm also a seminary adjacent neighbor, and a lot of these properties have deteriorated, not just these. Last evening, the council voted to approve a redevelopment ordinance that included the properties also owned by seminary at another inner.
That's immaterial to this matter.
No, it's not.
Let me hear how it really.
This is public comment.
On this
I'm not an attorney.
Hold up, hold on,
It
wait,
is
wait.
about
Say
this
what you feel
application. It is about this application.
More, just hold on.
May I continue?
Please.
Thank you. So I'm talking about the importance of these inner gateways to all of Princeton. And in thinking about last night and the loss of that historic representation of that inner gateway on Stockton, I couldn't help but, as I reread the 1996 historic preservation element, notice the similarities between all of the inner gateways and how important it is to the entirety of Princeton that they be preserved. And so I would encourage you to do everything that is within your purview, power, ability to preserve this gateway. Because as this gateway goes, so go the other gateways. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the public? Mr. Olson.
My name is Christopher Olson. I live at 16 Alexander Street. I wasn't prepared to talk, and I won't repeat certain things that I might have said in the 15th gathering. But the slide that's on the screen right now, I think, is extremely useful to a point that I've been thinking about. Sorry. The slide that's existing here of 31 Mercer, of 31 Alexander, is very instructive to what I've been thinking about recently. And that is, you can imagine the gabled end nearest the street with the porch to the right. represents the original house. This house, like many others, virtually every one on this block, has had additions. You can see addition number 1 and addition number 2. I think if we were to think in terms of honoring the original house, not just the facade, because that treats this street like a stage set or a billboard. These are houses that represent an original footprint, and honoring those and keeping that original material would be a simple, conceptual way to honor what was there originally in the 1830s, early 40s. I would start with that. And the second thought is that we've heard from experts who have not been granted access to these houses that by viewing these windows from the street, they look to be largely restorable. An interior viewing of them would test that belief. But we've also heard from experts that we have reason to believe are knowledgeable on this subject, that the use of interior or exterior storm windows together with the original restored windows will meet or exceed the performance of the PTS proposed insulating glass simulated divided lights. These are not true divided lights, these are simulated, and all of the trim or all of the elements on the outside that retain the glass are aluminum. That's not in the spirit of honoring the historic fabric of these buildings. But the other point that of those two solutions, the use of an interior storm window will present a historically sympathetic exterior view to the public realm and provide for thermal comfort and a contemporary interior appearance for the tenants. Those are two new thoughts, and thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Clifford.
My name is Clifford Zink, and I live at 54 Aiken Avenue in Princeton. I have a master's degree in historic preservation, and I've written a number of books about architectural history. Jane Jacobs, who wrote The Death and Life of Great American Cities, and also stopped the destruction of Greenwich Village. She wrote that there's something special about old buildings. It's called age. And when you take that away, you've lost the patina, you've lost the documentation of what those buildings represented at their time and what they mean to us now. Mr. Endersby, thank you very much for that detailed architectural presentation, including showing some of Stedman's original documentation for the church and how carefully he enumerated everything and how all those architectural elements are representative of the time. Now, those original materials, just like the original brass on an 18th century highboy or an original picture frame on a Renaissance painting, those are all part of the history and the documentation of that era. They represent the materials, what kind of wood was available. There's been talk about old growth wood. The window sash are likely built of very high quality old growth pine. I haven't looked up at them closely, but they're very likely to be hand pegged in the corners. The glass, if it's original glass, is handmade glass. Probably in some cases it has the kind of bubbles that appear in handmade glass. You remove all that, you've erased the history of the building, of the craftsmanship, of the materials. When you get rid of the window sash, you get rid of the siding, you've erased the paint layers. The paint layers are part of the history of the building. How did paint change over time? lead-based paint, certainly in some cases, but also linseed oil paint. The chemical makeup of the paint, the way the pigment is handled in paint, that's all part of the documentation. So why is it important here? It's important, as Connie Greif pointed out, these are Princeton's best example of cohesive urban design in the Greek Revival period. And she compared them to New York and Philadelphia. And she put them on the front cover of her book. And that's pretty significant. The most important architectural historian in Princeton, before Mr. Endersby, put on the front of her book, not Drumthwacket, not Bainbridge House, not Morven. She put the houses of Alexander Street, because these are so special, and the fact that there are several of them. You cannot limit the significance of these houses to the front facades. All we have to do is look at this illustration on the wall in front of us and look at the care with which the proportions and the placement of the windows and the geometry has been handled. This replicates for the side what is on the front, in terms of the care and the symbolism of the building. I think Elizabeth's suggestion that the preservation of more elements be continued to the sides, as was also mentioned, the front section of the building is the main original block of the house. That should certainly, the preservation efforts should certainly, in my opinion, my recommendation, continue on all sides of those original, of the houses, in addition 31 and the other houses. When you take away the original shutters and you replace them with Tinderline shutters, what have we lost? We've lost the original wood, we've lost the original craftsmanship, we've lost the paint, we've lost the message, we lost the history of those buildings. 50 years from now, there are very few of us in this room that are going to be alive. And some people are going to come along and they're going to be charged with the next preservation effort of these houses. And are they going to look back at our time and they're going to say, I can't believe that they destroyed all that original material from the Greek Revival period that is so iconic to Princeton. I commend the applicant for listening to some recommendations of the HPC officer and to some people, and considering now keeping the original siding on the front. But I recommend that the commission and the HPC officer and even the community work more with that the applicant work more with all of these important parties to continue the preservation effort on other really key portions of the building. And how do you know what to do on those? This project needs a full conditions assessment of the entire
Chairman,
building.
this is kind of redundant. We've heard about the full conditions assessment, and its public comment is going on an awful long time.
And what I am saying is that I support the idea of a full conditions assessment. And I recommend that, that the HPC request that to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, let's turn it back over to the applicant who
Thank
wanted
you,
to pick
Mr.
up
Chairman.
with, I think it was kind of a rebuttal to the comments.
Eric, can you respond to several of the points
I can.
that have been raised? We're back live.
Several comments, and let me start by saying that we practice on many historic buildings. I have great respect for the people who've spoken and for their points of view. We have some significant challenges here. The photograph that we've just put up is an inside and an outside of the same wall. The nogging was removed long before we came along.
And this is on 31 Alexander.
This is on 31. This is the side wall. This is the right side wall of 31, not the one that was.
Is this the attic level or the second floor?
Correct. And this is looking sort of, down from above, looking at exactly the section of siding that you're looking at. And this condition is endemic through these buildings. You can see all the gaps. I mean, we can talk about how other maintenance might have occurred in the past, but, here we are with these kinds of conditions to deal with in a modern age where we feel that we do have a responsibility for energy responsibility. And our owner is not a private owner who is not subject to lead-safe practices, but in fact, needs to practice lead-safe practices. Allison, can we go to number 13, please? So I'd like to mention the chart on the bottom right corner where the existing construction, interior plaster, plus 4-inch brick nogging, which offers some thermal mass, but very little in the way of insulative value, plus wood siding. If we add all those things together, we end up with an R value of about 2.1. And we can't really argue that that's a responsible position for a building that is being renovated for tenants with young children, people who are not homeowners, to occupy. So in fact, if you look farther to the left, if we are able to get bad insulation, then suddenly we're up to R15. The current code for new construction is 30. We know that we can't attain that in this building, and we're not trying to. That kind of intervention would be much greater. However, we do feel that we can add this insulation if permitted to add sheathing and replacement siding, that we can get up into that 15 range for insulation, which just makes a huge difference in the efficiency of this building. Furthermore, there have been comments about maintenance. The seminary has a lot of old buildings. They take excellent care of most of them. And there is an advantage, too, to addressing these buildings in a way that they would be able to, in the future, better maintain them, where if we retain the existing siding, don't insulate them, continue to have the moisture infiltration problems that we saw in that slide you saw before with all the daylight coming through, that we're really adding to their maintenance concerns. A couple of other things to address. The paint is, as much as the texture of the paint shows the age of the building, and I like to see that. I have it on my own house, where I scrape and paint periodically. It's a lot of maintenance, but I like the idea that there's the old paint there. I don't see the reason for replacing it. But this is really a different situation where it's a institutional owner. There will be tenants in these buildings, and the lead paint is really an issue. The lead, as you know, is a toxic material. We really do need to be careful of it. Next, I'll address the windows. The windows are one place where I diverge from the client a bit, where on the street facade, we actually recommended restoration of the street-facing windows with the understanding that those windows with interior storms would be relatively inconvenient to use once they have a storm inside. Not as convenient as a modern window. However, our thought was that if the sides had newer windows, you're able to open those. You're able to live more easily with an operable window. The seminary, for reasons of maintenance, insulation, lots of other reasons, feels very strongly about using insert windows instead on the front facades, which would still enable them to keep the siding and the wood trim. At the side elevations, because we feel strongly about the necessity of exterior sheathing in order to protect both the structural frame of the building and to isolate insulation from moisture penetrating through that siding that you saw the photograph of, there we think that the replacement windows are appropriate because they are matching the dimensions of the existing windows.
This is on the side and rear facade.
On the side and rear facades, correct. Lastly, the shutters, I'll mention the shutters, we're actually not intending to get rid of any shutters. We're really intending to use absolutely as many shutters as we can. And certainly the historic block on the fronts of the houses, we know that we have enough shutters to go around so that there would be historic shutters absolutely on the 1830 portions of the buildings. And then farther back on the additions, there we may need to fill in with some other shutters. If there are other questions from the commission.
At this point, let's start hearing from commission members. Do you want to start, Tom, or do you want to start?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore, that concludes your rebuttal? Okay, I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I thought that was clear. Or who would like to start? Anyone want to offer some comments?
Yeah, a couple of things. We heard a bit about neglect from the public. That's not really in our bailiwick, but I think airing it in a public forum is an important issue. We are where we are. We have to go forward from here. Additionally, I thought Clifford Zink's presentation was rather poetic, and it was the closest thing to me to hear a cohesive view of why there's so much opposition. But maybe I'm naive. I still don't have a picture in my mind of what people who object to the project would like to see done instead of the current project. I'm not soliciting a response to that, but it's not clear in my mind. Another thing, I think we have to give weight to Elizabeth Kim's note about a conditions report. You know, we give Elizabeth the deference that she, has earned and deserved, and I think that's certainly a consideration that we have to take up in our discussion. I'll stop there.
You're talking about the existing condition report on page 2 of her report, is that correct?
On 31. I think it's
Yes,
page
for 31.
5, yeah.
Yep.
Who would like to talk next?
I can speak next.
Okay.
I guess I'll tell you that I'm old, but I have been here longer than any of you have been here. I remember going in every one of those houses. Our families used to work in those houses. My grandmother used to scrub floors in those houses. The one that's on the corner, the yellow one, I remember going there with my grandmother, and while she was scrubbing the floors, I was playing with my doll. The names were Farley. I went past there the other day, and I saw the shutters, and I saw the deterioration. And I'm thinking, in a rich area like this, why did those houses get that far? And the same thing happened in my community, but we were poor. And when I came back home in '81, after being away since I left for college, the same people were there, and their age then is what I am now. And I remember saying, gee, this is just like coming home. But the houses in our community, even though we made it the 20th Historic District, are not the same. And people who wouldn't have come into our community 20 years ago are there now, and they're in houses we cannot afford to stay in. But in Mercer Hill, when you talk about Stedman, we had architects who also took care of our buildings. But it's a disrespect for people who take their time to build houses such as those and in my community, not to keep them. And people say you live in the past. I don't live in the past. I just respect history. And as a historian in this town, when I see what's happening and how they have deteriorated, it really hurts. So when architects come in and say, this is what we're going to do to the houses, try to respect those who built those houses, who took care of those houses, and who lived in those houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Alec?
can I piggyback on what Shirley was just saying?
Start wherever you like.
One of the buildings I didn't, I'm sorry. One of the buildings I didn't mention was her church here on Witherspoon Street. And about 20 years ago, Shirley and Cecilia Drury and I worked really hard to try to get the pews in that church repaired rather than replaced. We didn't exactly succeed, but thanks to Shirley, at least one of those pews, I think, is at
One of them
the
was in Princeton
Smithsonian, am I
High School
correct?
when I was at the guidance department. One is in my house where my grandmother sat in, and one is in the Smithsonian Institution.
But the other thing I wanted to mention is that that frieze, that Greek key design that appears at 1517 and also on that building up at the head of Witherspoon Street, I believe is also included in the gallery in your church. And I'd like to believe that Stedman had a hand in that church.
I understand that he did, yeah.
I had a lot of comments while I was giving that presentation, and I don't want to emphasize them too much, but I do have some questions. As I said, I think at some point, it doesn't surprise me that because apparently the interior plaster was attached to the nogging, at least in one house where we were scrutinizing it, and I can see where, in order to deal with that as an imperfect factor in the walls, that might be removed. I am surprised, and I'd like to know what the strategy was, what the thinking was behind removing all the sheathing and the lath and plaster on the inside walls. Anybody?
You know, our scope has been limited to the exterior. I can't answer that.
I'd like to call Jeffrey Fleischer, who's also one of our witnesses.
Sure.
And he can answer that.
Just spell your last name for the record.
It's Fleischer. The condition of the plaster, probably about 50% of it was damaged, so it needed to be replaced. And there were several additions or renovations in those homes over the years, so not every wall was plaster. And we knew that we needed to insulate the homes, and that was the way to do it. There was also damaged studs in the wall, so we needed to gain access to those as well.
Again, though, that was removing evidence of the history of the house.
Yeah, and I completely understand that. Yeah.
The moldings, were they annotated and segregated so they can be put back around the windows and doors and floorboard and baseboard and all that?
I know some of the decorative trim was retained.
And how was it annotated?
I don't know that answer. I wasn't there to remove the trim.
I mean, I've disassembled 200 buildings, and houses require an extensive amount of documentation in order because all those pieces are individual and have to be fit. And when you're doing 6 or 7 buildings at once, it's particularly important.
And like I said, there was some decorative trim that would be retained. But for the most part, these houses have been renovated over the years on the interior.
And the doors there, I can see a few of them have been saved, but they are particular to those individual houses.
The exterior doors, the decorative door in the front was retained, and any exterior doors are retained.
It's just an approach that I find unfortunate.
Yeah,
But anyway.
and the one thing that wasn't mentioned about the siding is that the siding is there to protect the structure, and it's come to the end of its life cycle because it's not protecting the structure any longer. And I think that was evident when you visited the site to see all the deterioration of the actual structure itself.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think with siding, what's important is that the exposure of each individual clapboard be respected. The fact that as a trick to our friends who actually install this, making sure that the base of the clapboard, the exposure, aligns with the windowsills and all of that.
Yes,
Um,
and that's the intent.
And I think what I wish was that I got a sense that you had looked at individual components to assess whether or not they required complete replacement, or they could be worked with and brought up to the better standards. Because as Clifford said before, you really are losing by losing the fabric, you're losing the record of the building to an extensive degree.
Well, one of the difficulties here is that you can't waterproof the house from the inside. So we have to maintain the structure. If you don't have the structure, then the house is just going to fall down. The siding is there to protect the structure. It's in that form to shed water, and it's not shedding water any longer. It's allowing water to penetrate in between all those cracks, and I think it was made evident by the photographs of the failure of the siding to protect the building. And that's part of what the seminary is trying to do here is protect and preserve these buildings.
I was impressed the other day at how much of the glass, of the early glass remains. Will that be reused when you're creating the new sash?
No.
I mean,
we won't be retaining those existing.
I've done it. I mean, you can have beautiful new sash and conform to the original profiles of the mullions and whatever, and use that glass. You don't have to use every pane. Panes break, baseballs go through them and all that. But to retain the character, to replace it with just brand new glass, I find that really, really counterintuitive.
Well, I think I stated when I qualified that I've worked on 42 buildings in the Mercer Hill district, and I would say over a dozen of those have had replacement windows without issue. One of the reasons we put those replacement windows in was due to the lead content in the sash and all the rub surfaces. And because the seminary has a responsibility to protect their occupants, that is one of the reasons that we're replacing these windows is the lead content.
The compromise we arrived at was, is there a possibility
I
of
didn't
keeping it
hear,
at the
sorry,
street
Eric.
facade? The compromise we recommended was, is it possible to keep it at the street facade, whereas you're moving up Alexander Street, you see that reflection of the older glass. And the sides, you're looking at the sides obliquely.
We can barely hear you up here.
The compromise we recommended was retaining the historic windows at the street facades, where you see those as you're moving up Alexander Street. The side elevations, you're looking at those obliquely as you move up the street.
Another thing briefly, and that is just that there are sections of several of the buildings that are going to be removed and replaced. I know that when we were in the driveway between 31 and 29, we were recognizing the fact that at least the first story of the portion that is immediately behind the main block of the house had the features that seemed to be contemporaneous with the rest of the construction of that
At 31 or 29?
Pardon?
At number 31 or number 29?
29.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is 31 we're talking about. There's no removal of sections of 31.
Okay, well, I just want to make, I just want to make sure that those, if things are being removed, which seem, like that apparently was an original kitchen. There are no kitchen, most of the original kitchens are not part of these houses. But if you do have evidence of it, particularly in the cellar, for instance, it'll be worth recording where the kitchen fireplace is.
I agree with Elric that that we would document those areas before demolition, yes.
Okay, sorry.
But just to clarify, we're not doing any demolition on 31.
Can we go back to the slide that shows the side of 31?
Yeah.
No, the other side, the side that everybody's nostalgic
Okay.
about. Yes, this. You know, based on Elric's presentation and what Clifford said, I'm going to throw a little wrinkle in there. You can. You didn't hear me? Or should I use two? Can you hear me? No, you can't? Okay.
Hey, we could be in Marlboro, we're in the old barn there, so it could be worse.
So,
Yeah, yeah.
so based on Elric's presentation and what Clifford said, I'm going to throw a little wrinkle into it all. If you look at the diagram, you see that there were two additions, and I'm wondering if the applicant would be willing to fully restore the original portion of this house. Because we'll go around in circles and you'll have, you know, half of the commission not going with what you want to do because you're not preserving this building or these buildings. So would it make sense to respect at least the original portion of the house and keep? I think in our site visit, yes, I did agree that there's a lot of damage to inside of the houses because there's been a lot of water damage, and I don't think that you can retain all of the siding. But I do believe that you have enough siding to restore the original portion of the house and retain as much as you can. You know, maybe including, I know we deal with the exterior, but even including maybe retaining some of the interior doors, which Elric has pointed out are so important. It's a thought. And I think it's a thought that people, and I can't speak for anyone, you know, other than myself, but I know it's a thought that I could get my head around, because I feel when you're restoring buildings or redesigning buildings, and, you know, I'm in the same business too, I always come in, when I come into a home and it's a Princeton historic looking house, even if it's not officially historic, and people tell me, oh, I want all modern. And I say, no, we're not going to do all modern, because you have to respect the house. There's a certain expectation when you walk in the door of what you're going to see and how you're going to feel. So I'm just wondering if you guys can at least consider that, you know, all 3.5 sides or 3 1/4 sides, maybe restore the original portion of the house, of the houses, but we're talking about 31 now.
So,
Say that 31's a little different from the others because this particular elevation is fully exposed from the street. Some of the other ones there's tightly enough space, it might be a different situation.
I do understand, yeah, but it's just a thought.
so there's a real challenge, and you understand it from seeing the building, there's a real challenge of how do we keep the water out? You know, it's really that basic. If we take the siding down, and we'll try a few different scenarios. One scenario is we remove the siding, we put up sheathing and a water resistive barrier that will protect the insulation and enable us to insulate the building. If we want to put that old siding back, I think there's a real issue with handling and working with siding that's covered with lead paint and working with all of that. That's an issue that, again, a homeowner is allowed to do, and a non-homeowner is subject to different rules and requirements. And I don't know what all those requirements are, but it's potentially difficult. And we've talked about a bunch of different possibilities. Another possibility would be remove the siding, run it through a planer, remove the paint from the siding, make it smooth again, in which case it looks just like the siding we're proposing, but then put back the old siding. Is that better? I don't know. So I'm happy to just sort of share our quandary here, that we do feel a responsibility to insulate and improve the performance of the building, and at the same time, we'd like to certainly like to respect the history of, in particular, the 1830 block of the building.
Question?
Anybody else? Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. Can I go back to the slide with the R values that you showed us?
Yeah,
Please?
13.
There we are, thank you. Page 13. In the original, the existing construction translates to an R value of 2.1 according to your calculation, correct? And the proposed construction, an R value of 14.38. That proposed construction is exactly which construction? The original application?
No, in fact, it is for the application we're talking about now, using cedar siding.
Cedar
The only
siding.
difference between the original application
So
and
this is with the cedar
revised
siding.
application is the use of cedar instead of another material on the outside.
I see. So that presumes that the whole side would be removed, the wrap would be put up, the insulation behind it, and then the cedar planks reinstalled, the cedar planks installed on the, over the wrap. Would that be right?
Over the wrap, the WRB, the water resistant barrier, correct,
Okay.
yes.
Some have suggested that the old board should be retained as much as possible, and that there's merit in that discussion. If that were to be done, laborious as it might be, have you calculated what would be the R value of that approach? And it presumes that you would not be able, I presume, to insulate the building with the wrap. It might compromise the R value. So I'm trying to see, given that you're proposing with the cedar planks to get to a 14.38 R value, what kind of an R value are we talking about if
Well,
we
I mean,
did a
you
more
can see on the
traditional
chart
approach?
where the existing wood siding is 0.8 and the proposed wood siding is also 0.8. Really no difference. I mean, they're the same, they're essentially the same thickness, they're wood, they're a similar material. In terms of the R value chart, there's no difference.
Would you then be insulating in the same way if you use the old boards? In other words, would you be taking all the old boards off, rehabbing whatever boards are available to possibly be rehabbed? Just to finish, if I may just finish.
Yeah, I think we're into the realm of anything's possible.
Right.
You know, that we could remove all the old boards, be very careful about them, remove them, store
Yes.
them, save them.
Right.
But it's, at what point is it feasible or practical? And our feeling was that you go through all that work and put back that old siding for an enormous amount of work, and then you still only have a very, very small overlap of the siding. It's one of the issues of this siding. It has a
Overlap.
very, very small overlap. You go to all that trouble, and it looks almost exactly like
Okay,
new
but
siding would look.
But I don't hear you saying that it's going to compromise the R value. The R value is going to be about the same with either approach, is that it?
With old siding, with wood siding, period, yes. Wood siding, we're saying, has an R value of 0.8.
That's if you use the wrap and the intended insulation rather than, there's some discussion about whether insulation could be installed from the interior of the building. Have you considered that, and what is the response?
We absolutely have, and I talked to the group that we're working with and our contractor earlier on to say that, in fact, I've tried that previously on
Yeah.
projects with limited success, because what happens is you're working with it piecemeal from the interior.
Right.
You know, you can't get a solid membrane
Mhm.
of that material when you're working on the inside and wrapping it around studs and plates and at the head and everything else. So it's I won't say impossible, but very, very difficult to
Difficult.
really get a good weather seal. And you're trying to keep out vapor, which is insidious. You know, I mean, vapor
Yes.
can find any kind of gap. So it makes it very, very difficult. And then that also is not protecting the structure at all. We didn't go through all the slides today, but there is also damage to structure
I
from
see.
water penetrating through that siding.
Just to come back to the R value, if you were to go with the interior approach to insulation, despite the problems that you're citing understandably now, and then reinstall the old rehabbed planks, let's say, what is then the estimated R value? I presume it would be lower than the 14.38 that you're proposing here with the new construction. Is that correct?
Right, because at that point you're not getting the sheathing, you're not getting the WRB, you're not getting the benefit of that bit of extra layer, which contributes.
I see.
Although still most of the insulation, you can see 12.5 is coming from 4 inches of cavity insulation.
Okay, I understand. The 12.5 is from the bat insulation. And then as to the laborious aspect of replacing old boards and so on, what's the scope of the additional labor? And is this are you supposing this is an extremely inordinate cost, additional cost to this process?
I think the additional labor is extraordinary.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And that is a factor that we do have to take into account here.
Could you, I lost that point. What is that?
The additional labor, the cost of the additional labor.
David?
You have a comment?
I would again urge the board, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think we have compromised a great deal with the front facades and frankly with the whole buildings. I think these are going to be fabulous looking restorations, and the amount of labor that would be required to do the removal of the boards on both sides and the cost would make it not feasible for us to do it, which is, as Mr. Herbert points out, one of the factors you do have to take into account. One also has to deal with how much one makes workers deal with dealing with lead in the paint.
May we address the questions from Commissioner Howard and Commissioner Powell? We have some, I think, relevant.
They've had so, you're in deliberations, I would object at this point.
These are
And
people from the
several
public.
other applications we've got to get through here.
These are people from the public. Mr. Olson, who testified earlier, lives across the street. He has recently removed siding from his house, and he can tell you how that went, what it cost, and how easy it was.
He's a homeowner. We're saying we're led here. His little home project is not necessarily relevant here, and at some point, the board has to call it, and we can't, every time we get our rebuttal, then they can't have a rebuttal.
Yeah, we'll be here all night.
All right. I'd like to put some comments on the table for the commission, and in no particular order, because my brain isn't that large. In the late 1970s, with the oil crisis, is when I got interested in historic preservation. And the interest was then about the trapped energy or the energy within building materials that were being thrown into the landfill. Come forward to where we are today, the energy question is about efficiency, what it's doing to the ecology, you know, how much greenhouse gases and all those kinds of things that are discussed in usually other forums than this one. But I want to try and say that while we look at what's in the standard rules and mandate of Historic Preservation Commission, we do have to think about energy conservation, even though it's not particularly mentioned there. However, we have added to our review process the impact of sustainability. Elizabeth can comment on that if you like, that it's part of our standards now. So it's part of the conversation. I have to feel that when we have done our job the best on the commission is when we've tried to balance as many things as we can going into these projects and what's the best result we can come away with. And I think that's something that the Princeton Historic Preservation Commission actually has a pretty good record on and can be a little bit proud of. So while we've heard both from the applicant, from the community, and from our own commission members, a lot of observations, some of them at the extremes, some of them in the middle. Where can we find this path that will get us a project that can be done, can have an impact or no impact on the ecology or atmosphere or whatever scientific term I'm supposed to be using? And where are we going to find the preservation of these truly precious buildings in our community? And they've been known to be precious for a long, long time. I don't know when the seminary acquired them as a group or individually. I don't know when their maintenance stopped or began, or the previous owner's conditions led to some of what we have now, which are factors, but we're not going to get into that. We've got to figure out what we do now. I think that I have a hard time walking away from the fact that some of these buildings have had their interior wall sheathing removed. Not our purview, but it does talk about what we're supposed to be looking at, is how to handle the existing exterior siding and also satisfying energy efficiency, removal of as much lead paint threat as possible. And as a group of buildings, we're not going to treat them all the same because they are different individually. But there are differences in their condition and their ability to be brought forward. And I'm talking about really examining the ones with the interiors that have been removed, studs open, you can see the exterior siding, that it seems difficult for me to say or to recommend to the commission members that we don't take advantage of that and ask that in those buildings the insulation be brought up to the level you want it to be by doing an interior treatment and not taking off the exterior. Now, I would probably also say that I'm really only interested in that on one building, one side of one building, if that condition is there. I did not go into 31. I didn't go into any of them. I couldn't go last week. Next point is 31 has a side that is clearly visible from the public right-of-way. Not just its facade, but that side is very visible. That's a standard we hold up for all properties that we review, what's visible from the public right-of-way. So on that building, if the interior wall has been taken down, I would say on that wall that the requirement should be to insulate from the inside and not mess around with the exterior. Let's see. I want to clarify that I understand that the exterior on the front, or the facade, front facade, some people say, that we're now talking about not changing the siding, that's going to be left in place, and not changing the trim, going to be left in place. And am I correct that the windows are going to be, what are the windows going to be on 31 facade?
31 on the front facades, they're going to be inserts with the framing restored, and on the other facades, they would be replacement windows.
That's what I thought.
And we could not waterproof it if we insulated from the inside, I'm told by my architect.
And I respect your architects, but I may want to ponder that a minute. Let me just, give me 1 minute to kind of look through some old other notes from all of this. Our incredibly overworked staff had in her report, and that a condition report would make so much easier this whole process. If that's what's going to keep us from moving forward, is there any willingness to get us a condition report?
Well, I feel like basically this whole slide presentation, and we can go through the slides on the all of the existing conditions with 31 and then with each of the buildings, really gives an existing condition report. And I don't know what, other than delay, an existing condition report would add to this process. And we can go through, there's more pictures of what's existing there right now in the slide deck. We can run through them right this second. And I think any further would be a redundancy and just a delay. Why don't we do that, Allison?
These are all at the interior of number 31. And in the photograph that you saw before, where you saw lots of lines, in fact, on these other ones, because I'm standing on the floor, taking the photographs, looking at the wall, you don't see as many gaps. If I was even higher, you know, if I stood on a ladder and sort of looked down at the siding, you would see even more gaps. Again, because the overlap of the siding is very, very slight. Over time, boards have shrunken and moved. So there are many, many gaps. And you know, you also see that by all the staining on the inside of the siding. So as you walk through, and the people who visited the site saw that there is water staining and gaps kind of everywhere.
Do those of you who went on the tour want to add anything to that, or?
There are gaps.
Can I just ask a question on that? Do I understand that a condition assessment would help to determine which particular boards are salvageable and not? Assuming there's desirability, as Mr. Zink.
Mr. Pyle, again, we've agreed with respect to the front facade
Yes.
to use the existing boards. But to do it on the other facades, frankly, the cost and the feasibility are beyond what we're willing to do. We were originally going with hardy plank, which would have been a much better R value to accommodate the concerns, and we were originally going with hardy plank on all 4 facades. We have moved a long way here. We have compromised, I would say, beyond 50%, and we can go no further. We will do the front facades with the restoration of the existing wood and the frames, but it's just too much of a cost. It's not feasible for us to do it on the other side.
All right, that's a very strong declaration on your part then. So what I am sensing is whether there's value from a historical preservation point of view of trying to preserve the oldest parts of the building, which would then suggest, as I am understanding this, being able to discern which of the boards are salvageable. That sounds like that's something that would be doable through a conditions assessment. And I was just asking, what is the barrier there? But you've said, no, absolutely not. We are going to then, it's just too prohibitive. We're going to do the front and that's it. Is that your position?
Let me have if I could have a 5-minute break conversation with my client, I would appreciate that greatly.
We asked this question, let's just be clear. We're all community here, and we're all trying to get to the same place. With love and affection, both for ourselves and for our assets here in Princeton. So that's the basis for the question. But I haven't myself yet heard a compelling answer as to why cannot there be a conditions assessment. But please, let's take a break.
So we'll take a 5-minute break. It is 6:25. Let's try to be back by 6:30. Thank you.
You don't have another meeting tonight, do you?
No, I do not. I do not. We're going to be here a while.
Where'd you coach swimming?
Many places. I was up in Freehold. I was a club coach, and then Hopewell I was a club coach, and I also did high school and assistant coach as well.
Is this while you were in school? Or summer or evenings?
Partially. College and law school. And a little bit after.
My sister did basically the same thing with tennis. And one of my housemates from years ago, David Bush, I'm sure you know, was a diving coach.
Yes, excellent diving.
Actually, my father was president of the Y here in Princeton when I was growing up, and so of course we had to go to the Y. I was never an athlete, but I was a pretty good swimmer.
Same.
Clock Grove.
baseball and football, and they would say, get back in the
See, it walks out my way, my eyes closed. But, yeah, it was, but of course, Princeton High never had a swim team.
Right,
So,
right.
That was, and I kept that up for about 45 years, every morning. The last few years, I've had problems with the chemicals.
Yeah, I can't handle it anymore. I can't handle the key.
I had a skin graft here that wouldn't heal, and my hair wasn't falling out, just breaking off.
Yeah, the chlorine I can't handle. I can do saltwater pool, but I can't do a chlorine pool. I've become too sensitive to it, and it kills me because I used to swim every morning.
Yeah, that's it. I do them all every morning. I could have run the.
What's that? Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love the summer. This is the first year I've seen all the
Right.
Oh, I saw the television.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm still dressed in summertime.
Okay.
I feel like it's too loose. I have the linen ones and the still
Oh, no! This stuff on shoes I haven't worn in years now. I can't wear them at all. Oh, my God.
Oh, no, we're pretty, we knew. I mean, I think he's a, I love it. Oh, no, and he married me. And I'm not a Lord. I mean, I might have the side of my bed like all crazy for a day, but that's it. So, like, how am I going to do this? So I ski out of my house to do the renovation. I have a condo that Airbnb, so I moved there for 6 months. Packed up the entire house and put it in storage. This was my way to not get it. So, the house is so big now. So when we moved back, it's clutter. Did you design your own? Oh, of course I did. I drew everything before I even brought in the builder and just. But so when the photos could be dedicated to the comedy totally. I can work my house right now and take a picture that will go right in that. We don't keep anything in the counter. All the coffee pot, they're all in cabinets with outlets there. And yes, we have this house. Yes. Oh, this has got the garage is the main thing. These things, you know, God does things to me like
You would not look at my house and say, I got California.
oh no, if there's somebody else's house, I don't care. Let's go. It does not affect me at all. I went for a walk one day and I ran into a woman at a donor around town. And she was like, oh, yeah. She didn't know what that is.
The other one should go faster.
You did one or two. So I took LA said, well, great. So what I do is I put it up that I got enough courage to put it applesauce with I put it with the applesauce and then I drink the water and it goes down the applesauce. Yeah, chewable. That's what I do.
Which time is that?
Oh, chewable. Oh, yeah, right. But anyway, it must have helped because I had energy because usually my things are 15 minutes. My back goes down, my head goes down, and I have to sit. But I had energy to start, so I'm walking down the steps trying to get out. I said, God, let's see. Well, you're not going up the steps, are you? Oh, yeah.
Well, I made the outlet, so I can use it.
What am I about? Well, I said, why didn't you get a clean? I said, I will as soon as I clean. Oh, no, that's not really like the initial big clean. Right. But you know, this is 5'10", and I used to wear pants.
No, I had the chicken before. That chicken is
But my legs are still too big. Oh, because it's an issue. Because you have oh, really? Okay. And then I think is, I lost weight and I said, she said, it was too long and too big. So
He did.
yeah, just give it away. Oh, there's all these organizations that want to. I think that now the class.
This kid wanted to help me hang the fan.
I know, what time is it? Because we're going to be here longer.
No, he seriously did. I was like, oh my God.
I think you should just work with it.
It's like the comic strip, Bizarro World, where everything's the opposite. Yeah, it's like Bizarro James.
I think that's it. But I'm surprised that the house is on that. But that's the thing, these people are here for training.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a seaside job, but that's the only It kind of reminds me of me.
I'm surprised someone didn't mention it. Because, yeah, how can you live with us?
Oh, I was very good. No, he's got a bit of goofiness, but it's endearing. I like it.
But I mean, is there some township law that a house isn't supposed to be empty? I know. I thought like though they were empty. And then the house on the floor has already been, this construction's already started. Yeah, where they have the wrap on.
Yeah. got sinners as well. I mean, she's completely opposite. My firm wish would be that. Instead I had to worry about the police coming. Oh, and she tried to do it over and over again. Oh, I know she has. Nothing would make me happier.
I think so, right?
I mean, you know, you saw the show she put on at the wedding. I mean, you know, it's yeah. She destroyed Maggie. Because she was carrying on. That's awful. That's awful. All right, I gotta run here. All right.
I don't know, sometimes, that's why I ask me.
Oh, thank you. I ate before I came. I figured we'd be going. I appreciate it. I got my olives fixed. I love olives.
I'm here, okay. You know what, I started taking vitamins, and I got them from so they're women's something, and I wasn't taking because I got PTSD, and I was scared to say. So I put a teaspoon, a tablespoon, and put applesauce in it, and then I swallowed it. And you know what? I think I am. The doctor because they didn't approve the machine, because they said they're not guaranteed, that machine not guaranteed to get rid of that.
You mean you have to go back to the meeting, come back right now? Come back right now. I thought you
No, he didn't, but my the gastroenterologist, she's doing it. She's taking care of it better than my mom.
In Mercer Hill.
So, yeah. So how you doing? I like your hair.
You can't tell me that.
Never.
I bet your Stedman building's so special.
I wondered how it got this long. I didn't know how I would have gotten up and made a toast. And one more thing.
When I was in Las Vegas, I used to get my hair streaked, and one time it came out red, and I went on the street and decided to black back. And you know who he was? Remember Andrew Michello, that played in all those beach parties? It was her husband who took him back. Check him out.
Yeah, that's
Because there was another one done when I grew up in Princeton, and I was looking at it, I didn't know it was going to be in there. And it had because the kids are graduating in the 70s.
He's trying, I think he's trying to come up with something. Yeah, they, our ordinance says that we're supposed to take into account financial, but then when they looked at from a national, we're not supposed to. Planning board, you don't take into account financial. It's just, it's a matter of coming to a compromise, but you know, like the building is fixed.
Well, I'm trying to get to. I mean, never make a walk down the street in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
A few more minutes, probably.
He's trying to he's trying to figure out a compromise. So it is, I mean, even though it's not a financial, you know, we can't account financial, it is very expensive to do something like that.
But on the other hand, they own those buildings.
Photos are persuasive, but well, any further.
Well, like I said, you know, I'm taking 4 minutes around, and that's where
Take a couple more photos and come in and testify about it.
Well, say executive session.
Yep.
That would be better than show you the thing.
Maybe they want to do that and go home. I'm getting tired. I even took a nap at lunchtime. It wasn't planned. I fell asleep.
You know what I found? I'll be 60 pretty soon, and you guys are a little younger than I am, but I was building a shed this past weekend. Usually, I grew up on a farm. I can bang out things, do all landscaping and all that. I got heat exhaustion. I'm good. It's really I came in, it was like a feature. My head felt like it was going to slip. I was shaking. And my wife's like, yeah, what are you being all, because I wasn't being very pleasant at dinner, and I just feel this is how I feel. I mean, just cut me a break.
I have the 7th of an acre in the old borough. Mow the lawn.
I have one of those, I'm in my neighborhood, I guess we have about half an acre of lawn, maybe a little more. Everyone in the neighborhood has a lawn service, except for me.
Yeah, me too.
Because I like the exercise. It's 4 miles. My wife really likes it.
Yeah. I need to be away from the phone, away from the...
That's what I do. It's my, she calls it my dirt therapy. First of all, I can't stand when the landscaping guys come and they, 15 minutes, they in and out. It looks like hell.
Then you got to write them a check.
They got to write them, $100 check. I have this little electric lawnmower. Yeah, it's a good size, bought it at Costco. It does a great job. And, you know, it's got propellants, so I do my 4 miles. And I'm able to think about all my various cases and my brain straightened out. Yeah, but here's an idea. But as an attorney, I spend all my time just moving. I actually accomplished something. Don't want to get smooth. It looks good. Something you can see. Yes.
Sorry for the delay, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for giving us the time to analyze this.
Are we back in recording?
So, as you can see visibly, I forgot. Microphone. The applicant is back.
Yes.
So, thank you for that break. We all needed it. Is there something you want to tell us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Keeping in mind, and we were out there so long because we were actually speaking with our contractor, and the extraordinary difficulties, the fact that a lot of the siding will just fall apart when it comes off. But notwithstanding that fact, with respect to 31 Alexander only, with respect, we understand that there's a lot of sensitivity because of the visibility of the original portion, the left side, and the original portion of the left side of 31 Alexander Street, that we would keep the original siding on that portion. You know, take it off.
Can we bring up
Please.
the side look of that real quick? Just,
Yeah, I was going to say.
there it is. Okay, so it's really the portion in the middle of the page with
The original non-additions portion, which is also the side that's visible from the, coming up the street.
Well, I thank you. That's a big breakthrough.
And we do appreciate your concerns, but understand we have really come a long way here, and it's going to cause us a great deal of expense and a great deal of delay, but we are willing to go this far.
Great.
To be a good institutional citizen of Princeton.
Any more comments from your side?
I think
Well, not really. I just want to say thank you. It's
You're
great.
welcome.
Thanks for being open.
I'd like to comment.
You want to make a motion?
Or
Oh, sorry.
No, I just wanted to comment. I appreciate a lot of what you've done. I'm very sorry about some things that were not done. I happen to be in a business where we move buildings, and we have moved houses, and we've put up houses. I have 4 in storage at the moment. I can tell you that I don't think any of them have original siding on them at this point. Certainly, with our approach is we save all the original components, the windows and the doors and the inside mantles and interior doors and floorboards and all of that. Everything gets numbered, everything gets put back in place.
We understand
Siding
that, but
is
that was not done.
Siding is something else. Siding is going to have to be replaced just as roofing has to be replaced because it's exposed. And I'm less concerned about siding than I am with just trying to keep as much of the original fabric as possible and making sure that instead of just making blanket statements about everything in all these various houses, sort of we're going to replace all the glass we're going to do. We heard the other day I was offered doors. The original doors should stay in the houses. They shouldn't all be replaced.
That's beyond the purview of this board.
I know that's beyond our purview.
Well, then it shouldn't be brought up.
But I'm trying to say that as far as I'm concerned, it's not the siding that is on the exterior that's important. It's the windows and the doors and all the exterior features, and particularly as we see them on the facade. And I'd like to think that maybe we could do this in such a way that our feelings are applied to all the houses. If there are exceptions for specific features on the various houses, we should address those. But beyond that, we should come around to an attitude that deals with historic fabric and those parts of the exterior which can and probably should be replaced. Do I speak for myself alone?
Well, let's find out.
Okay. Can I introduce that as a motion?
Hold on, Ms. Kim wants to speak.
Mr. Endersby, I just want to clarify. So you are recommending that the siding, even in the front, be replaced? Or you're just saying the one on the more visible side?
If it's possible, someone the other day talked about...
Hold on. The reason I'm saying that is because if that's the case, that does allow the opportunity for them to add sheathing and a vapor barrier, which was their original desire. But if they do that, you know they have to reposition the windowsill and the trim and the windows because it's going to now be set out more.
Absolutely.
So is that part of your recommendation?
Yeah, and the same thing would be true of, I think you're already trying to put original shutters, even if they're not necessarily from the original locations, on that face of the building.
I'm sure the applicant didn't consider that when you went to have your little...
We've covered a lot of options, but that's a new one.
Okay. Do you want to, yes, Elizabeth?
I'm sorry, just one more thing. And Mr. Endersby, I think that you're saying that because you're saying that you feel it's not original, not that it's not old, but that it's not original. And is it because you feel that replacing the siding as we've all seen it would not be inappropriate to replacing that fabric?
You're saying new material or the potential for putting old material back on the facade from either the facade itself or from elsewhere as you're able to retrieve it?
Well, I believe the applicant is proposing to retain the original siding as it is, so there would be no change
I'll
to
let
the
them speak for
to
that.
the front facade at all.
Right.
But I believe the side, they're also saying that they would do the same.
In response to what we've understood here tonight, what we just spoke about was, we think, a bit extraordinary, but the idea of removing all of the siding from both sides of the 1830 portion of number 31, salvaging enough old siding from both sides in order to fully re-side the visible side, the left side, and replace it with new siding on the right side. Both sides, that siding would go over sheathing and a
That'd be great.
WRB.
That would be fine.
The
me,
siding
anyway.
that's salvaged from both sides would be, again, quite a bit of effort to go through, remove all the lead paint from that material, and then go through and use as much as we can from both sides in order to put up siding that I agree that I was surprised coming into this project that there was so much emphasis on retaining siding. But in fact, that's what we're looking at here, is retaining that siding, not only on the street facades, but also on that very visible side of number 31.
I'm agreeable. Is that?
So just to clarify,
Yes, please.
you would retain the old siding on the side that we're seeing now in the drawing, and on the front?
Yes.
Okay, but not on the other side?
Not the two addition sides.
Right, just the 1830 block, the part that's underneath what you see is the sloped gable roof.
Right,
Actually, I think that's helpful because
It distinguishes the two.
Shows
Exactly.
the progression of the
Yes.
evolution of the building.
But then it begs the question, if you're retaining it on the side we're looking at and on the front, why not on the other side?
It's hard to come up with that amount of.
Do that.
It's going to split when you're.
Yeah,
taking-
no, I know, a lot of it will
I don't know
split.
how much
It's
of the
old.
frame is
I'm-
oak,
it's
but
just
the
a
nails
question.
clinch the oak. So when you're trying to pry it off as gently as possible, it's going to split
Yeah,
because
okay.
it's the weakest member.
Well, again, talking to the contractor, we anticipate that particularly where it's nailed near the ends of boards, they're going to crack, and we're going to end up cutting boards short.
May I offer a comment? I want to just say I really appreciate the accommodation. And it does go some way to addressing some of the concerns that I've been hearing about the paneling and the historical fabric and the historicity of the archaeology, if you like, of the building itself. So 100 years from now, when they do this building again, they'll look in the records, and I think they will see that this was a very generous concession. So I appreciate that, and I feel comfortable to move forward towards whatever resolution we're going to adopt.
Who wants to take a stab at offering a resolution? Ulrich and Frida, maybe you guys have been.
Anything before the resolution is offered, or you guys are okay with?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do we do this?
You want me to try, or Elizabeth?
Yes, I mean, subject, I think I understand what I'm hearing. But
Maybe if
once,
you want to make
maybe
a
if
statement
you,
as to what you understand it is, and that way the resolution can then be stated. Go ahead.
front of the, on front facade, it's retain the siding, retain the window frames, and
Decorative trim.
And insert windows. On the eastern / left side in the original portion of 31 Alexander, we would retain as much siding as possible. We're going to have to strip it off of other sides to get all of, our contractor tells us, to get enough to do that.
Believe me, you're
And
not ripping it.
That is my
You're easing
understanding
it.
of, I mean, that's what we proposed.
You're easing it off the building.
Yes.
I think he was also saying that it's going to strip the other side in order to create old board that could be placed on the
Correct.
Well, the other
left side.
sides from the beginning, our proposal earlier this evening has been that on the other 3 facades of all of the Stedman buildings, that would be replaced with cedar
Cedar
siding.
plank, good.
Yep.
And this is slightly different in that the original portion of the left / eastern side would be as much original siding as possible.
And that's the arched portion that everyone sees on the presentation.
With the 2 chimneys.
There you go. That's a good way to say it.
It's, the facade faces east. This is the south side.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's where I became a lawyer.
Me too, Kevin, me too. So I'm gonna go east front side and south side, okay.
So, do we have that's the motion. Do we have a second?
Who made that motion?
Oh, right. We need someone to say that as the motion.
I'll move
Mr.
it.
Ellersby is making the motion, we need a second.
I'll second.
Go ahead.
I just have a question. So I know so is this the whole motion for this? Because I did have a few other things that I think
Maybe we
that
should
should be incorporated
Right,
with this
yes.
for the commission to consider.
We can do it.
So one is to revise the drawings
Yes.
appropriately according to what changes are going to be
Right.
part of this resolution or this adoption. And it should show, sorry, I read it, what is going to be repaired, what's going to be replaced, those kind of notes, any type of details that are specific for replacements, such as the porch bases, things like that, steps, any of those features, they should be details of existing conditions. So that way they can use it as a template for whatever replacement or repair they're going to do. And if there is repair, they should specify what type of repair or how that will be taken care of. The notes should be made consistent. There was some inconsistency about notes on there saying that, you know, specifically more to the shutters. You know, so let's keep that consistent, that the front shutters are going to be retained, restored, you know, and what other ones. And they should show on there, on the existing and the proposed. On most of the drawings, it shows a shaded area. There's a symbol that shows what's going to be retained. That actually helps clarify what's to be retained. And I think that it's important, as we talked about the shutters, you know, which ones are going to be the existing, whether they're taken from some other side or they're stock. So HPC has an understanding of where those are going to be placed. And then also, if HPC is accepting the composite shutters that they're proposing for the other sections. And this might be different because, again, this is the exposed side on 31. So I think that the commission should also talk about that. And I think that that's it.
Okay, so some of that is documentation that just needs to be on file. And then some of it is making sure that we have, if possible, with that inventory of shutters, that the shutters in this section are reuse of some of the original ones that you have somewhere.
And also, if the HPC is going to accept the composite shutters that they're talking about, if that's something, or if they want wood shutters, or some other product.
Well, I think the proposal, just to clarify, was wood shutters on the front, wood shutters on the side?
Wood shutters on the front and also wood shutters on the historic portion, the 1830 portion of the side.
Balanced composite shutters.
If they
On
run out of
additions.
inventory.
Composite would only
Right.
be on the
Right.
additions.
Those are to supplement what is there. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
So does it make sense to refer to the original portion of the building, of each building versus additions?
That's the way I'm going to put it.
Yeah, because a lot of things get lost in all the words.
Right, so I think that that's why
I'm
it's,
putting together a resolution that everyone will be able to review
Okay,
and put
great.
in there whatever they need.
right,
Okay.
and that's,
Elizabeth, also, if you could just send me some previous resolutions that were done in these kinds of applications,
yes.
just so I have a correct model. Thank you.
So now we've incorporated what you were thinking, what we needed to say from a
So there's been an
technical.
amendment to the motion made by Mr. Ellisby. Do you accept those amendments and changes?
I do.
Okay, so we need a second.
Somebody seconded it. Tom?
Do you, okay.
Tom.
I second.
Agree with the modifications as well?
Yes?
Yep,
Yes.
okay.
Yes, I understand.
Roll call? Is that what you're going to do? Yep.
Yes. Ms. Satterfield?
Yes.
Mr. Shatskin?
Yes.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Pyle?
Yes.
Mr. Endersby?
Yes.
Chairman Shore?
Yes.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Are we ready to proceed with the next?
Absolutely.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, with regard to the next several applications, these are all, again, in the same, they're similar to the application we just heard, except for the, we don't have the south exposure.
Correct.
So, Mr. Moore, I guess we'll, if you could, the best you can with your presentation, incorporate what was already presented to the board for the the 31 Alexander Street application. And that way we can move things along.
Absolutely.
And for members of the public, if you wish to speak after the presentation, I ask you not repeat everything we've just gone through. You can quickly summarize, but just so we can move these applications along, just give quick statements.
Now,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. And again, we have materials here that we could present in full and we would be here.
Thank you.
As Mr. Newland referred to yesterday till 4 o'clock in the morning. So, keeping that in mind, if there are questions in what I'm saying and then you want expert testimony or want to see something specifically, we will provide it right now. With both 2527 Alexander Street, which is the Stedman House, and 19 Alexander Street, which is the Stedman House, we would propose that what we propose with respect to 31 Alexander, with the exception, because we don't have the visible eastern facade here, so basically.
So just the south.
Right. It's basically just the front facade would be the original siding with the insert windows and the wood shutters. And then the sides, again, where we can replace the shutters and we have enough shutters, it'll be wood shutters, but on the sides where it's not, it would be composite shutters. And that would be what we would propose for both 2527 Alexander Street, which are Stedman houses, and 19 Alexander Street, which are Stedman houses. And with respect to 15 through 17 Alexander Street, which is not the Stedman house, it would basically be what we've been proposing for the Stedman houses, except on the front facade, we would use.
I'm sorry, I know we're doing 25, 27, and 19. Where are we now?
15-7.
15-7, okay.
And you don't think that's Stedman?
Pardon?
You don't think that's Stedman?
The information we had was that it's not.
Who, what? Why not?
Based on the information that we had from the seminary, but also from the report, the Watson-Henry report, identified these four as Stedman, but not 1517. And I think that's correct. I don't have it with me right now, but I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna, yeah. I think that, I think they're earlier than.
They're earlier than Stedman.
No, not earlier than Stedman, but earlier than which one is this?
The Princeton survey lists all of them as 1840.
In any event, it is just, the thing we're interested in is the instances on individual houses which are different from what we've agreed to with the siding. And you've said it's the facade, not the south face. And are there other differences? I mean, because of porches or steps or railings or anything like that that's different that we should know about?
Go ahead to 1517. 1517 has a wooden porch that was rebuilt fairly recently. Jeff can give us the date when that happened. And the idea there is not to make any changes to that porch, but to paint it, repair it as needed, but to keep that porch as is with its railings.
I know, I had one question.
Oh, I'm sorry, but still replacing the
I had one question, which was the windows in the mansard or gambrel or whatever roof on top of it. I would have thought that, I certainly wouldn't have thought they'd be 6/6, but I would have thought they might have been 2/2. Do we know that the windows that are there are original to when that alteration was made?
So in the attic, I mean, you can see here.
1517, right?
Yeah.
This is 1517, and on this photograph, we're looking at the street facade of 1517. The windows that you see have a square head. Those are the triple tracks. Behind it is a round head, which does look like it's a later window.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah.
But I somehow thought it would have been divided in the middle, because single pane, usually you think of it as like 1890, 1900, something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was, I drew it up both ways, just to see what it looked like, and it just looked right with the.
We had, from the Sanborn maps, the expanded number of stories appeared on the 1911 Sanborn.
1911?
Yeah.
Okay.
They could have been 1/1 at that point.
Are there?
I would suggest that we have well, you obviously have to have public comment, that a vote on these three houses, because 44 Mercer is a little bit unique situation, and in 29 Alexander, we would be doing the same proposals that we have done with the others. This is the Stedman house, with the other Stedman houses, except for the rear demolition and addition, which we have special direct testimony for, but since
So-
that's probably the most complex thing before you.
So, Mr. Moore, just so you want us to hear 25, 27, 19, and 15, 17 all as one?
Yeah.
Then we would make a motion all as one?
If you were amenable to that, I would be amenable.
Ms. Kim?
There are so many similarities, but I find it very confusing. I think it's better to do each one separately and
I would agree with you.
and just say, okay, these are going to be the collective comments that we have for all of these, and then add some additional ones that might be specific to that property. But I think that doing collectively is very confusing.
So, sorry to be a pain in the neck.
No, that's all right. It's always a pleasure.
You're for these guys. I'm just a stupid mouthpiece. She made a joke about orphans. I'll make a joke about lawyers. 50 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean. We all know what that is.
Good start.
Good start.
44
Slow.
Mercer, then as the HPC knows.
So 44 Mercer is not an application on that. That's,
on your agenda.
it's other matters.
All right.
It was something that the seminary was just going to go over as far as just
We
work
will
that's
push that
that's
aside then.
actively working. If we could go in the sequence that was provided on the agenda, that would probably be the
I've already
easiest.
mentioned 25, 27. So then if you want to adopt separate resolutions, then do you want to have public comment on them all separately too? Or do you want to have public comment generally on the three houses that I just went through?
With the chairman's permission, I think we can talk about all three, and then when it comes to the motions, Ms. Kim can then list any unique issues with each. Is that okay, Ms. Kim?
Yes.
That sounds
So-
good.
So maybe that way we can get the public on all three.
Right, so you've heard our offer with all three. I said if there's further questions, we have detailed information here tonight, which we can share as needed
Yeah, I mean,
from
this
the
is-
board and
this
public.
booklet is very
Yes.
well done.
So with that, that concludes our presentation on 25-27, which is one house. It's confusing because they're duplexes with multiple addresses. 15-27, 25-27 is the Stedman. 19 Alexander Street is a Stedman. And then 15-17 Alexander Street is not a Stedman. And then we're going to do a separate presentation on 29 because it does involve a demolition.
I can only say, it is unknown that, something about the fact, it's just so that it's not Stedman, it would be better to have something that's, there's not enough evidence to claim it for Stedman.
Certainly, that's,
These records do get consulted 50 years from now.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps I'd like to make a recommendation. I understand that the applicant is proposing the same treatment as the street-facing facade. Perhaps they could talk about some of the different features on the buildings, like the repair of the porch and things like that, just so the commission, they can highlight
why
what
don't
some of
we
the...
go through that with each house? It's just those slides that, you know which ones I mean.
Just the color of the slides.
Yep.
Microphone, sorry. So 2527, similar treatment of the street facade, restoration and retaining shutters, siding, window trim, replacement of windows. One of the distinguishing feature here is that there's a small plaque under the window that you see in the first floor center window, retained. Otherwise, also the door with detail that you saw in Elric's slide before. So really restoration of this facade apart from the windows. Roof also being replaced in kind.
They're wonderful, the brackets are wonderful because they actually have the metaphys attached to a bracket. It's a real transition piece.
There really is, and the differentiation between all the different cornices is so important on these. Next slide. So here at the side elevation, then this is the typical treatment of the sides where we would remove the siding, add sheathing, WRB, new wood siding, in-kind replacement is represented by the green color. Blue color indicates retaining the existing. So that is the shutters on the historic block, the 1830 block, the porch on the far right, which faces the street, the portico, and then also the side porch here that you see in the middle of the elevation, that is also repaired / restored. And then you also see the doors are also blue; those are retained. The shutters here are green the shutters are reused as much as possible. You see the second floor shutters are blue. We believe we have enough of the louvered shutters. And then some of the other shutters may need to be replaced on the side elevations at the rear portion. Next slide.
And by shutters, it's really shutters and louvers. They're both, I mean, the shutters on the first floor and the louvered blinds on this, up above
Exactly. This building follows the typical pattern of paneled shutters at the lower level and louvered shutters at the second floor, unlike 31, which has louvered shutters up and down.
Just wanted to confirm, so on these drawings, you show certain side elevation shutters that are going to be restored, that are existing, and then replacement in kind of the other ones, correct?
Correct.
And that's because, I mean, but is there a possibility of it changing depending on your inventory or your investigation of the shutters that are at hand?
Exactly. We don't have the full inventory. The intent is to use absolutely as many, restore as many shutters as we can.
Okay, so this is pretty much a minimum of what you would be
Correct.
doing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I think that the scope here is similar to the other side. Next. And then this building and the next one are anomalous from 31 and 29, that here the interiors have not been stripped, the interiors are intact. We're not able to remove the nogging here from the exterior without impacting the interior plaster. So we want to leave that intact. However, given that it's all hidden behind plaster on the interior and siding on the exterior, we know that there isn't nogging everywhere. We know that there's nogging in some places and not nogging other places. So, we're looking at the same approach here of removing the siding, adding the sheathing and WRB over either nogging or insulation, depending on what conditions we find behind the siding.
And you didn't mention corner boards before, but in this instance particularly,
I'm sorry.
the corner boards on the, are going to have to be replaced on all of them, right? But that, I don't think we mentioned that before.
The intent for the corner boards is that at the street, the corner boards would be replaced with new wood corner boards that are half an inch wider to account for that sheathing that we're adding to the siding and making the building overall 1 inch fatter.
Correct, just for the record, yes.
Correct. Other than that, I think all of the other conditions on this building are similar to what we talked about on 31. Should we go ahead to?
Quick question, masonry, the chimneys are all, none of the chimneys are being replaced?
The current scope of work is actually no work on the chimneys. That they're, I mean, we've looked at them from binoculars. I haven't been up on the roof looking at them, but I believe Jeff has looked at them more closely, and right now there's no scope of work for the chimneys.
Somewhere you should be mentioning the quality of the standing seam roofs as they apply? Right.
This project doesn't have standing seam, it has asphalt shingles.
Okay.
And with regards to the chimneys, they were rebuilt about 30 years ago. So any flashing, some flashing, reflashing may occur when we replace the roof.
Yeah, so I think it's already begun, hasn't it? I mean, I thought I saw flashing on at least one of the houses, on the chimneys or a ridge, one or the other.
You may be right. I don't know whether it was this house or not.
Okay, the next one will be 19 Alexander.
So 19 Alexander, to go back one to the site plan, is the one that sort of goes on and on. It has an addition and an addition and addition. But again, similar to the other ones, the front block, 1830 by Stedman. Next slide. Exterior details. Door you saw in Elric slide, portico, columns, different columns here, square columns, fluted, and portico detail coordinated with the cornice and fascia detail. Next. Side elevations here. Next. And some of the siding conditions around the house. We'll move through these quickly. So street elevation, again, where you see blue, that is restored, existing siding, shutters, door, portico, trim at the roof level. Where you see green, those later additions, they're distant from the street facade. They're farther back, replaced, siding replaced there over new sheathing.
Just to mention that the garage door will also be replaced.
Yes, the garage door is a new garage door. Next. Here you can see the length of the house. Again, similar treatment that we've talked about everywhere else. Again, side porches retained, repaired, exterior doors retained and repaired, panels underneath the windows retained, shutters, older shutters on the 1830 portion, new shutters as needed on the rear additions. Next. Same on this side.
The louvers in the gables, those are original or?
I don't believe they are, no. They were meant for ventilation, obviously, for the attic, and they're actually in closets. So,
They're part of the story?
yeah. And just to mention, on this house, the roof is only about 10 years old, so that will remain asphalt. The only roof replacement is on the porch, which would be a flat seam, zinc-coated copper roof.
Next is 1517.
Can I just make a comment? So I just wanted to add to this, which was stated in my report, and I know that we had discussed it before, that a zoning permit will be required because of the reconstruction of the porch. Not part of our review, but it will become afterwards.
Well, Elizabeth, don't all drawings go through zoning prior to going to construction?
Well, if it's just restoration of windows and siding, he typically does not review it, but he did mention because of the porch reconstruction in the front that he will require a zoning permit.
Okay.
So here, the dark brown earlier period prior to the 1875 Sanborn map, which is the 1885 Sanborn, which is the earliest one we have. The dotted line showing the third floor mansard addition, circa 1911, and then the rearmost addition, which also showed up on the 1911 Sanborn. Here, as we mentioned, that front porch retained. Actually, why don't we move ahead through the photographs here? Some details. In the middle, the bottom, you can see the window heads have been replaced. The jambs are older. And again, the relationship here, the relationship that we all appreciate is so important between the siding and the wood trim. With the new siding, that relationship will be retained. Same for the beaded corner boards that you see on the bottom right. Next. Interior views, where 1517, you can see we're dealing with many of the same things that we're dealing with on the other ones, where many endemic stains and gaps in the siding. Next. So because this isn't a Stedman, and we didn't believe that this was raised to the much higher standard of the Stedman houses, in this case, the approach is to replace the siding on all four sides.
The interior framing between the two houses with those long braces is really pretty cool. In this, and the evidence of where the roof was, having at least 3 pairs of original rafters still in place was helpful. I mean, they still have the marriage marks on them at the apex.
Next. Left side elevation, again, doors retained, siding replaced, windows replaced, no work on the roof here. Next. Similar to the other side, again, doors, porch retained, siding replaced. And matching the exposure, you can see where the mansard is, that the exposure of the siding is different where that roof was added on, or that third floor was expanded. Next. And then it is a similar condition that we saw at 31. I think that actually completes what we have for 1517.
So that completes our presentation for those 3 houses.
Elizabeth.
So just to clarify, for 1517, there is no roof work, or because there was a little bit of discrepancy, one which had to do with the project narrative that says that there would be roof replacement, but the plan said no roof work. correct? So no roof work. Okay.
So that includes, obviously, we're here, if there's more additional information, we have it. You
Yep.
know, I have requests to answer questions, we will supply it. That concludes our presentation with respect to 2527 Alexander Street, 19 Alexander Street, and 1517 Alexander Street.
So if there are members of the public who'd like to comment?
I think briefly for Mercer Hill Historic District Association,
Again, sir, if you just state your name and your address for the record.
John Kerr, 42 Mercer Street. First, a point of clarification, the brochure that has been passed around, we want to just confirm that there's nothing new in there that wasn't part of the original presentation, because we have not seen these and not been made available to the public. But if they are simply a repeat of what was presented on the 15th.
What I've seen, that's what I'm seeing here. Anything?
The page that's up on the screen now.
This is what
Yeah.
we got this week.
Right.
From what we had last week, the page that's on the screen right now has changed.
Okay.
And then, in addition to that, I think we added a few other slides one that we looked at that was looking down at all the gaps where we had the elevation, the siding elevation and the siding together. That's also a new slide. And then I think there were two other slides that I don't even think we showed tonight.
But just to clarify, the scope of the work has not changed.
Correct.
It's
Yeah.
further alliteration of what
Yes.
the applications are.
Well, as a courtesy, we would request that either this brochure be posted as part of the application online, or we be provided a copy.
We'll make sure you get a copy.
Thank you. First point, I just want to reiterate our view here on these additional houses is the same as it was in 31. You don't have a proper conditions report. I think in the course of this evening, it seems that you are accepting the applicant's presentation as a conditions report, which it is not. It's not a proper conditions report because it's not been critically examined. It is a piece of advocacy which is part of their application. And we submit that you really should put it to critical analysis. And then secondly and finally, I think lost in the discussion tonight is the fact that Boral is being used for the window trim on the sides of all of these buildings. Boral is not a replacement to the current wood siding, wood trim. The ordinance allows replacement in kind, and Boral, it may be accepted in new construction in the industry, but it is very controversial in historic buildings and historic districts. It is not the same as cedar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Herbert, shall I state my name and address?
Please.
Ira Smith, 6 South Fullerton Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey. I have a couple questions about what we just heard, and so I'm hoping to get answers. Not complicated at all. The first one was, it's not clear to me whether the front facades will be receiving sheathing or not.
Front facades are going to be repaired, they are not being replaced.
Right, we're leaving the front facades entirely intact, and honestly doing the best we can with trying to insulate. We'll use a different kind of insulation. We'll do what we can to provide a barrier inside the studs, wrapping it around the studs. The reason we're comfortable doing that in this case is because it's really a very limited percentage of the entire building envelope. It's absolutely a compromise as far as insulation and weatherability is, but it's a compromise that we're prepared to make in order to retain that siding and trim on the street facade.
Understood.
I understand. I see Officer Kim.
I apologize, I didn't realize you weren't done. I'll wait.
Oh. So that clarifies a comment I think the architect made, that the corner board has to grow half an inch on the side facades, or on the front facade. Yes, the front facade face of the corner board will grow half an inch.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So my next observation, and I commend the applicant for looking at the side facade of 31 and rethinking how salvaging a certain amount of material will result in being able to preserve or reinstall the siding there. That's wonderful. Thank you. So I have a point kind of related to that, but I would have made it anyway. For any one of the applications that the attorney just spoke to, it is conceivable that, I don't know, let's say 50% of the siding on the side facades of any one of these addresses is actually not rotted. Now, if that were the case, it could potentially be removed and reinstalled, but then you might say, well, what about the 50% we have to make new? To which I would say, perhaps 50% isn't the right break point, but you could tooth in new siding with older siding. Perhaps there's 75% of the existing siding on the sides of these other applications is actually in really good shape. Maybe there's an argument there among you, commissioners, to say, well, if the applicant prepared a more thorough inventory and tested the rottedness of the material and it turned out, I don't know, I'll stay with 50%. 50% or more of the material is actually reusable. It may encourage you to say, you know what, I'd rather have 50% or more retained on the side elevations for the same reasons that were applied to 31. Those side facades, side elevations are visible from the public right-of-way. It does preserve the three-dimensional cubic quality that we talked about last week at the hearing. So that's an example of what a more detailed conditions survey could result in, an outcome that preserves more of the historic fabric. Of course, it does require that extra step of a survey that tests its for rottedness, which is not a complicated thing. It involves ladders, workers with boards and nails to push into the material to evaluate their condition. And then building off of that, I don't know how the applicant or the architect would feel about it, but conceivably you could avoid growing, well, I'm just wondering if there's a way to avoid growing the corner board if it's going to be replaced anyway. You could tooth in older siding material at the extreme outside corners of the front facade so that you could adjust and retain that half-inch dimension on the face of the corner boards facing the street. I'm going to ask the applicant, perhaps the attorney, if he follows, doesn't have to agree with me, but does he follow what I'm suggesting?
So two things. One, I think that as far as surveying all the boards, I think the survey would have to happen after the boards come down, because the boards in their existing condition on the building, you know, most of their damage is water damage, and we're not really able to see as many cracks and things like that. We're going to see more of that once we take the siding down, and the inevitable damage that comes from trying to remove them, even though we'll do everything we can to see that they're removed carefully. The half-inch on the corner board is a tough one. I'm sort of, I think you're just going to end up with more seams, more wood seams that you're going to, you know, that are more opportunity for water to get into. I'm just more comfortable as an architect sort of seeing a solid piece there.
The posts themselves underneath it are going to retain the outline of original conditions. If somebody 100 years from now can blow hot air into the walls and replace the stuff, the record is there. And as far as taking off siding is concerned, I don't know how much time you spent taking off siding, but it really is easing it off, and it's not. And you've got all the nail holes, and you've got all the other work, and it's sooner or later somebody's going to have to replace siding. I'm sure it's very unlikely to me that any of this was the first layer.
Well, as someone once taught me, if we're guessing or if we're estimating or hoping, it means we really don't know. But I'll move on. Just 2 more points. This really relates to a recommendation based on the resolution as I heard it. I think that one piece that was missing, which is implied and sometimes explicit in the drawings submitted, is that it's not always clear that the removal and reinstallation of door and window trim is to be done in such a way as to retain the current dimensional relationship between those components and the siding. I know it appears in these slides. It's not consistently noted in the drawings. It's relevant because there's no mention about the eave details, the fascia board, the brackets, the cornice. Are those elements going to stay in the position they're in, or do they also move forward ½ an inch where sheathing is being introduced in order to retain the original proportions?
It's a valid point, and we've looked at it, and where we are adding sheathing on the sides, fortunately, Mr. Stedman used a material up at the cornice that's thick enough that we can move out another ½ inch and still have a shadow line between that diagonal, the existing diagonal board underneath the roof and the new siding. That it's really quite thick up there, and it's a place where we're retaining a shadow line. There's a difference of ½ an inch, but I don't think that will be very detectable. And given everything else that we're accomplishing, I think that it's a point that we can live with.
In terms of the architraves around the windows and doors, you will be replicating the Greek profiles for the...
Yes, I mean, we didn't spend much time on those slides. We sort of, in fact, just go ahead a couple of slides that you can see on every house. We've there you go. We've taken the profile of the window trim at each house, and they're all different. They're not extraordinarily complicated. They're relatively simple. In fact, you know, as they became more Greek, they became sort of more square, right? With fewer rounded edges. Oh, there you go. Anyway, so these profiles are taken sort of working with the painted surface. Once we have a chance to look at it and we were able to cut through it and actually see what the section is, then we'll be able to match it accurately.
So it seems to me that at door and window trim, you are retaining the dimensional relationship, but at the eave, brackets, corbels, dentils, those stay where they are.
At the side elevations, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Not at the street elevation, because there we're not removing the siding, so that relationship remains the same.
Right, which is great. On the street elevation, just so the commission understands, it means if you had an inch deep or 3/4 inch deep shadow line on the side elevations, it gets reduced by ½ an inch. So if you had a 3/4 inch projection, you reduce that by ½ an inch, you'd have a 1/4 inch shadow line. Again, you might say, what's the big deal? In these very minimally detailed, ornamented, ancient Greece-inspired homes, those shadow lines are where the action is, and the facade will become shallower in appearance, a little less dynamic. So obviously, I'm implying where I would go with this, recommending the removal and reinstallation of all the detailed elements at the eave, the fascia, brackets, etc.
We don't have a great photograph of it here, but you can infer what it looks like at the sort of the top of the siding where it comes up under the eave there. I just have to say I would rather not remove all of that. Right now we're calling for all of that to remain in place, be painted and repaired, and the ½ inch difference between the siding and that fascia, I think, will not be noticeable.
And I would question the feasibility of removing that because it's attached to those brackets. So the brackets would also have to be removed and pulled forward, which would create another conflict.
And it is something we looked at, because if we would lose the shadow line or if we would come out beyond it, then that would be a real concern. And it was something that we were worried about. But we did look at it, and the board that's up there now is thick enough that we're still tucking in underneath it with a shadow line.
I do agree it would be arduous to make that kind of change. Where I struggle personally, and I would imagine the HPC would as well, is that we don't have an enlarged detail through the eaves or cornice so that they can evaluate for themselves how much would be gained or lost, or whether it would even matter if the half-inch projection occurs. My last point is just that as part of the resolution, I think there was a previous application before last Monday, which differs from what was presented and discussed last Monday, including the change from hardy to cedar. I would recommend that I don't know if we can go back in time to 31, but for any resolutions that you cite by date of submission, which packets of information, which drawings are being approved this evening, are being referenced, so that it's clear we're not talking about the hardy or whatever predated last Monday, we're talking about what was last Monday, or actually maybe it was some new idea that came up tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment?
Cecilia Tazalar, 204 Bridgepoint Road, Belle Meade. Although I live in Montgomery Township, I have a long association with Princeton. I was the chair and a member of the Princeton Borough Historic Preservation Review Committee for about 25 years, and was vice chair of this commission, served on the consolidation subcommittee where we merged the two ordinances. I just have a couple of comments, which is one, I just want to implore you to cite the ordinance, cite the review standards in your review. It's not what I like or this is good. You need to follow the ordinance, and in your motions, you need to make reference to the review standards that you're using to approve or disapprove of something. I think it's a very important discipline, and that, that has to be, I think, spoken of in terms of this project. It becomes a little problematic because of the lack of a detailed existing conditions report. So when you say, you're approving the replacement in kind of existing siding or windows, well, that is approvable when the condition warrants that. But we really don't have enough detailed information to really make that judgment. The other thing I want to implore you to is to stem the tide on window replacements. I think it's a false notion that double glazed windows are more energy efficient. A well-maintained, restored 18th, 19th century window, it can be put into good service. It can be carefully treated to remove lead paint. The original glass can be maintained, and very attractive interior or exterior storm windows can be added that will, keep a pretty good level of insulation that would be comparable to a new Marvin insert. The other thing is, it's just speaking as a member of the public, it was a little bit challenging for me to follow all of the different iterations of the applications. It seems like things were being passed out in the meeting. And there was nothing on the website as far as I could see. And it looks like everything is in some kind of a digital format. So I think it would be helpful for members of the public who maybe don't have time to come up to the office and sit and review the packets. It probably would be pretty easy just to load it on the website so that people could review things in advance and be a little bit more informed. So, in terms of I think it's great that as much of the original siding that you can maintain. I'm very concerned about replacing the windows. and the replication of the detailing of the window trim. You know, I think a lot of that stuff hasn't really been fully documented in what we see, other than it will be done to match. So this is a good start, but I just feel like if you're going to approve this, you should maybe appoint a subcommittee to really drill down on some of the details and to ensure that they are matching things accurately. Thank you.
Thank you, Celia.
Margaret Hickey, 552 Elmwood Terrace in Linden. I want to actually support what Cecilia mentioned with regard to the drawing. So what HMR has presented here is much more detailed than the original submission. And there's a lot of inconsistencies with regard to the original submission. I'm just going to take 2 examples. So 1517 did not mention sheathing at all in the notes. So that building to me looked older based on some of the later changes, and I thought since it may be older, it originally had sheathing, but the pictures that were presented today, I agree with Elric, it probably had early 1830 origins because it lacks the sheathing. So something like that it's not shown on those original drawings, and I think if it's going to be used by a contractor, never mind the HPC, you got to make sure that the contractor is going to execute the work as presented. On 1517 again, the shutters are drawn completely inaccurately on that elevation. So they're probably about 3 inches too wide. They don't fit the opening. It's the small stuff.
Sloppy.
Yeah. Again, also the railings, the handrails. So in this picture, the left-hand side, you can see the existing handrails. Those handrails show up in the 1967 images. On the drawings, they are not drawn like that. They are drawn with a bottom rail. That's not what those railings are. Those railings are in excellent condition. I don't understand why you're replacing them, but if you're saying that they're going to match, because one of the comments earlier on was that the new railings on 31 and 29 are going to match the railings on 25, 27, but they're not drawn accurately on 25, 27, so that's a problem. What are they matching? And then there's just one more detail. Forget which roof it is. I think it might be this building, but one of the porch roofs, which is being called out for replacement, has these 2 little drainage outlets on the side. That's not shown anywhere on the elevations. And I did mention at the last meeting, I know you already talked about this building, but I mentioned at the last meeting that the roofs were inaccurately drawn, that there's no details to the drawings, there's no clear indication that the roofs, the new metal roofs are going to actually match what's there other than a note. If you change the roofs and they don't match, you're going to change the look of the building. And it's not only this one, but it's 29 as well. So it really concerns me as an architect that we have a presentation here that is much more accurately drawn than what was originally submitted. Now you've changed the drawings, you've changed the approach. Is all that going to be updated and accurate and consistent? Thank you.
Additional comments, or we're done? Okay. Comments from the commission. Anybody want to start?
I think there's a lot of questions, more questions that we had before, and I agree with Cecilia that we might need a subcommittee to hash this out. And also, I know we mentioned about the shutters and the siding, but I'm not too sure if we talked about the roof. Are all the roofs solid and in good order?
Yes, the roofs at 1517, they remain. They were repaired probably about less than 10 years ago.
Thank you.
The roof at 19 was replaced about 19 years ago. So the only roof at 19 will be the flat seam, zinc-coated copper roof over the porch. And then 25, 27, that's a replacement in kind. That's an asphalt shingle roof, and that's what it will be replaced with.
Thank you.
There are no standing seam metal roof replacement in these three buildings.
Roger?
Yeah, I was just going to piggyback on the idea of a subcommittee. This is one of the more complicated applications that I think we've heard.
Guys, I just want to put, I mean, you approved 31, which was far more complex than these, and I don't see any, you're either going to approve it or you're not. We've given you our best shot. I just don't see any purpose for a subcommittee or what a subcommittee would even do.
This would be irrespective of approval. We do this all the time. We approve something and then just have a subcommittee that looks at some details on the side. And
Well, the drawings will be revised per the request of the board, so, and that would be reviewed by Elizabeth.
well, it remains to be seen. It would simply be if there are any loose ends that are not tied up.
It would be condition compliance. I mean, Mr. Herbert's going to draw a resolution. He's going to go through detail. You're going to look at the resolution, and then Ms. Kim will determine if we comply with it. I don't see what a subcommittee does other than increase cost and delay to us.
May I suggest this, and again, I'm new to the board, and my apologies to everyone, that we go through that process, and if Ms. Kim has any concerns, she can review them with select members if they come up. Would you be comfortable with that, Ms. Kim?
Unless there's a subcommittee appointed, I'd have to bring it back to the full commission.
I'm sorry, can you?
If there is no subcommittee appointed, I'd have to bring it back to the full commission.
The subcommittees have been very helpful, and particularly when we're talking directly to either the client or particularly the architect involved, and we can go through these things. I'm sorry. Subcommittees are very helpful in that a small conversation of 4 or 5 people can usually resolve things because everybody's speaking the same language, and it's not sort of an assembly of people, don't you think? Don't? You'd rather do it yourself?
No.
Okay, so
I'd
let's
rather bring
get
it back
this,
here.
if I could have some clarification, since it seems like a subcommittee is in our future, whether I
We've
like
done
it
it
or
with
not.
Jeff just recently, and it worked.
It would only be if Ms. Kim had questions about her condition compliance that she would then go to the subcommittee, is that correct?
No, I don't understand. I didn't get it. I'm
So
sorry.
typically, if we have a subcommittee, they would actually review the drawings that gets resubmitted. They
So
submit
we've gone through
everything.
this process and then we go through it again?
Well, someone
That's
has
inconceivable to
Well,
me.
someone has to check what gets resubmitted regardless
It
of
would
whether.
be like a compliance committee. That's my
But wait,
understanding.
the way I
This is
under-
something new to me.
A camel is a horse designed by a committee. That's all I know.
The way I understand it, it's irrespective of whether we approve tonight or not, right? We have to make sure, since your drawings were different, the first presentation to tonight, you know, for all we know, you could submit the original drawings. Somebody has to look it over.
Well, that's what staff is for,
But it
in
has-
my experience.
Well, are you providing Elizabeth with staff?
I thought
mean-
Elizabeth was the staff.
A department of one is not easy.
In the old days, we had the, I've forgotten the word for it, where the staff got supplemented by application fees to hire people. Oh. Elizabeth, you can explain that better than I can.
I'm sorry, what was that? I didn't.
Wasn't
understand.
there in the past fees that covered people to review things for Christine? When we escrow. We don't do that anymore.
No, but I don't think that there was additional staff to help with that. That escrow was more for her time, attorney fees, that type of thing, yeah.
So I understand the process, and we submit the plans for condition compliance, and then I guess the committee members would look at it. It would still just be, we get some kind of indication of condition compliance from Ms. Kim, or do we have to go meet with this subcommittee?
No, you don't,
No,
you don't need, you don't, right.
It would be just there to assist Ms. Kim,
Right. If something is discovered, she would send you a letter or communicate with you, you know.
Well, so there's two things. If there's a subcommittee, usually they are the group reviewing whatever they need to.
Well, what do you mean, whatever they need to?
The plans, like,
For
for
condition
example.
compliance?
Yes.
Limited to that?
Yes.
Compliance with the resolution? I would
Right.
want that in the resolution.
So, but with that said, I do want to let you know that your plans really are different, you know?
Well,
So,
when an
I mean-
applicant, I think we're being punished for being an accommodating applicant. We worked very hard to change things very quickly, and now we're being punished for it.
I don't think
I
that
don't-
that's the
I
case.
don't
I
think
just
that's a
feel
fair
that
statement.
we've been reviewing plans that have been modified, which I think that everyone is happy with the modifications made. However, the plans have to be accurate.
Mr. Chairman, who would the subcommittee members be, if you chose a subcommittee member?
We usually take it by volunteer.
Do we want to, how large is the subcommittee normally?
Usually,
Three?
yes.
And
No, we're doing
we would need 3 volunteers if that's the way the commission wants to go.
Elric has raised his hand.
The three would meet with Ms. Kim to go over compliance.
When the plans are submitted, I distribute it to the subcommittee members, and then they have the opportunity to review it, and then we come together
They
to,
would, if
to
they had
make any
concerns, they would
comments.
report back to you, Ms. Kim.
Yes.
Would that be okay, Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Thank you. So we have one volunteer for subcommittee. Are there others?
Frida?
I can do it.
Okay.
Are you?
Yep.
Who's
I would
on the
suggest 3 if
subcommittee?
that's-
Yep.
Elric, who's on the subcommittee?
Elric,
You?
Frida, and Tom.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a subcommittee.
So now we do
So
know.
with that, Mr. Chairman, unless there's any further discussion, I guess we would need a motion. I would ask that we begin with the properties known as 2527 and 19 Alexander Street. That would be our first one. The Stedman property.
Right. Elizabeth, yes.
So, before we go for any motion, I think that maybe we should address some of the comments that came up.
Okay.
And see how the commission wants to address that. One which has to do with the trim, what material, whether you want to have boral, whether you find it acceptable, whether you want to have wood. And that was a detail that was also on 31. So that did not come up.
Well, I think on 31 and on this, it's that on, well, 31's very unique because we have the original southern side?
South side is the front.
Okay,
East side
east
is-
side,
east side
the
is
east
the
side.
second
But
side.
on the
No,
side that
other
aren't
way
in the
around.
original
Other way around?
restoration, the board approved Boral with
East side
respect to
faces the street.
31.
Okay, I didn't hear that. I just wanted, okay.
And it should be Boral with respect to these.
The street
So-
runs north-south.
Was that true? Was Boral discussed for
Everybody agree
31?
with Morrell?
I mean, I know it was presented. I'm
It
not
was-
sure
it
that the
was what was,
detail came up.
Agreed to on the previous application, 31 Alexander. Okay. No objection? All right. Next item?
I just foresee that the comments that Margaret and Celia made are about some of those details are the kinds of things that we could work out with the subcommittee, those
Okay,
questions.
I think that we do have to specifically state that
Everything
in the
from just
resolution, so.
details on the
so it's-
railings and particularly the windows and
Right.
whatever.
The other thing I want to talk about is, there is one house, I believe, that has a wood existing railing. Is it one of these, or is it? Okay, and that it's proposed to be, to retain it? I thought I thought it was being, okay, originally wasn't it changed to be a metal railing? Well, I don't know which one it was, but there's one that had a wood railing in the front that's being proposed to be a metal.
Right, but right now, we're just discussing 25, 27, and 19.
We didn't do 15 yet?
Oh, that's the
sorry.
other one, okay.
We're discussing right now the Stedman houses,
Okay,
25,
excuse me.
27, and then 19.
Elizabeth, are there other details that we need to articulate?
I would say the same comments I made for 31, which has to do with, obviously, the detail of anything that's proposed to be replaced or repaired, to use as the template, and also
And that's
talk.
just for the front, not for any side? For the side?
I think if it's visible, you still need to have it. Yes. Anything that's visible from the right-of-way that's going to be replaced or
What are we saying here?
restored.
No, we're just talking about the front facade.
That's all.
Yeah.
The only, 31 is the only one where we have the.
And we're doing the
facade.
second.
It's been very clear that it's just the front facade on the others.
Oh, but I'm talking about anything that might be replaced or repaired, just like porch components, that there would be a detail of that to keep as a template, so the replacement is going to be dimensionally in kind. Similar to what you did for the, for
So
the
you're talking
sill.
about documenting anything that's,
That's going to be replaced or repaired, which is the same thing that we talked about, 31, but even though, as long as it's
We said that
visible.
we would document any of
Yes.
that historic fabric that was coming off and being wholly replaced in kind.
Yes, yeah, yeah. And the update of the drawings, and I'm just trying to see what the other thing was. Consistency of notes, that legend which shows the shading of the existing, the same comments that I had for 31, I think should be, is relevant for these applications as
Right,
well.
comments, right.
Okay, we need a motion. This is 25 to 27 Alexander and 19 Alexander, Stedman properties.
I move that we approve it.
Chairman cannot move, sorry about that. It would make me very happy, but sorry. Okay, motion. You can second if you want.
No, free to give a comment? Okay.
I can do the roll. I'm going to do it for separate applications. I'll start with 25, 27. Ms.
And 19.
Do you want me to do it collectively? Okay.
They're together.
25, 27, and for 19. This is Ms. Satterfield?
Yes.
Mr. Shatskin?
Yes.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Pyle?
Yes.
Mr. Endersby?
Yes.
Chairman Shore?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the 15-17 Alexander Street non-Stedman property. Any further discussion on that property? You have the picture of it in front of you.
Yep.
Ms. Kim, we're applying the same conditions?
I would recommend that, yes. And just to confirm, the wood railing will remain, right? There's no change to that.
Wood rail will remain,
Wood rail remain.
the siding of the street facade and window trim is replaced.
What about the roof? Is that the new one?
No,
with the new
no roof work is proposed.
Yeah, it's a newer roof.
Yeah.
Okay, so the front siding and the windows are replaced, right? Okay, there's no sheathing or vapor required.
It will be installed, yes.
Okay, so that means you'll also have new trim and window sill replacement.
Yes.
And any other trim around the, I mean, obviously the corner board, but anything else? Any other trim?
Same treatment as the others on the sides.
Okay.
And no changes or work proposed for the mansard section?
So I guess I just have a question. I mean, I know that this is not identified as a Stedman, but it is still part of that streetscape within that block. And I feel that
Part
there,
of the Stedman streetscape.
Well, it used to be called Stedman Street,
right, on another block. But
right down around the corner, Library Place. was
I'm
Stedman
just
Street.
wondering if the HPC is going to feel that the visual appearance of this house that is not retaining its historic fabric, how that's going to look on the streetscape, because people are going to come down the street and probably be not familiar with what is Stedman and what is not, but they're going to look at it as a collective streetscape. And is that what HPC would be comfortable with?
They're not going to be distinguishable.
I think most of the details are very similar, moldings in the front door and the transom and all that.
I understand, but I'm saying, do you feel that it's going to be distinguishable with the change of material? The replacement of siding, the replacement of trim, you know, the projection? I mean, yes, it's a minor projection, but the
Well, as much
alteration.
as possible, we want to make sure that the trim and all those details are, we can't say the original, that those profiles are being replicated.
Okay, I'm just asking the commission to keep that in mind when they're...
I mean, I did have some questions about the windows in the attic story, but I think that's been dealt with.
So what's the short review on this? This is keeping,
So the proposal on this application, and Mr. Holdeman can correct me, is that they're going to put new sheathing, new vapor barriers, there's going to have new siding.
Oh, right, right, correct.
The Stedman houses had blue on the front facade, this has green on the front facade. So
Right.
the siding is being replaced. Oh, sorry. So in this case, you can see this, the front facade is green. The siding is being replaced in kind with new cedar siding over sheathing and WRB, which means that the window trim is also being replaced. And then the windows would be the new construction windows instead of the inserts.
And the shutters, would they be retained?
Shutters, you can see, are blue here. That again, we have enough shutters to
Okay.
reuse and restore existing shutters.
These misrepresent what will actually happen. The shutters are too wide. For whatever reason, they're misdrawn.
Oh, yes, the correct shutters are on the building. Our drawing is a bit inaccurate, correct.
And you know what, I forgot to ask this question for the other applications after it came up. Are the drawings and the documents going to be a combination of the drawings that we received from Mr. Fleischer in addition to HMR's documents?
I would presume that you would want the final construction drawings.
Okay,
So that's what you
yes,
would
and
be
then,
presenting.
but is it, I think there's some detail on here that has to do with, I think,
And any
the-
detail on there would be
you would be
transferred.
incorporated into your, okay.
We'll share any of that.
Okay,
with-
and is this,
It's an exhibit.
the exhibit that we have here, is that somehow incorporated into part of the approval document?
Well, we referenced in Mr. Herbert's resolution.
Okay, well, we do have a hard copy, too.
Yeah. You have electronic and hard copy.
Yes. So I would recommend that that also be stated within there.
good catch. So where are we now? Do we get a,
1517 Alexander Street.
right, did we start a motion or?
No motion's been started as of yet.
I'm just wondering if there's any thought about the change of the treatment to the street face versus the other houses.
There's quite a bit of other ornamentation here. Oh. On this set of buildings or addresses. There's quite a bit of ornamentation, and the siding is less of a factor than it is on the more classical Stedman buildings that one opinion could be, my opinion, and the commission can decide what they want to do, is that it's okay. There's a lot of other stuff going on here, and I expect to have some challenge from the rest of you guys, so tell me what you think.
I agree, as long as the ornamentation is remaining, I think.
Elric?
About whether or not to replace the siding?
Right, because that's what they propose.
There are very few pieces of siding which are any longer than 6 feet, from what I can tell. It's all very, they're short pieces.
Microphone. We're going to mic you up. You're like a Peloton instructor, have it coming right out of your...
There are like 10 windows and 2 doors and a porch roof and all the rest of it. There are not that many long pieces of siding, and the
Right.
short pieces are going to be tough to remove tough to remove and replace because they'll split. I'm just I'm not in favor of using any more old siding on this particular building. I honestly believe siding gets replaced, but it is important. Look at the increments. Somebody has taken a look at them, and the exposure varies in certain areas, and that I'd like to see retained if possible. If you look up on the second floor between the windows, the siding is much tighter. Now, if that's not true on the building, that's something else again, but if it is, that's something that could be addressed. The
Is
same
that
thing
just-
is true
is that
above the
just
eave
drawn?
level on the gable ends.
The siding exposure does change at the third floor.
It does change, so they're confirming it does change. Okay.
In a sense, particularly on the gables, that helps you read the fact that that's not the original profile of the house, that there was an alteration that was affected.
So in the green that we see that's replacement, will the exposure be different at that attic level as it seems to be just drawn here?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So that satisfies what the point you're making?
I think I'm hearing you, yes.
Okay.
As long as the exposure's copied, yeah.
Yep. All right, so the rest of the resolution would be someone else. Yes.
Need a motion.
Motion.
Everything placed upon the record.
As
Who will be
long-
the brave soul to forward a motion on this matter?
It's trying to voice it.
I'm going to be chair every time.
I think the way you voice this is a motion to approve based upon the testimony that was just given with regard to the siding, ornamental works, and other statements made by Ms. Kim on the record.
Well said.
And is this also, does each one have the same subcommittee members? Do we need does this also have the same subcommittee members as the previous one? Do we need a
Subcommittee board members? Yes.
Okay. So because it will be consistent throughout.
All right. Motion is on the table, as was made by Mr. Ellery. Was that your?
I'm usually called just about anything, but Elric Endersby. Endersby is the last name.
Endersby. It's late at night and my tongue is going elsewhere, so I apologize. Endersby.
And do we have
Second.
a second?
Am I expected to speak?
Second.
Give it to Roger.
Mr. Pyle, second.
Sorry.
Ms. Satterfield?
Yes.
Mr. Shatskin?
Yes.
Ms. Howard? Mr. Pyle?
Yes.
Mr. Endersby?
Yep.
Chairman Shore?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, last but not least, we have 29 Alexander Street, and that is a somewhat unique situation, and I'd like...
And just for the record, 44 is for another day, or?
Well, I mean, I think we could, I'm probably kidding myself, but I think we could deal with 44 very briefly right now. 44, for background. Yes, yes, I would. 44 was the siding was administratively approved for all facades to be hardy plank. The seminary has agreed that notwithstanding that administrative approval, it will replace all of the siding on all 4 facades with cedar, wood. And then with respect to the shutters, I'm trying to remember, again, if the shutters are in
I
existence.
think it's reuse and repair shutters in good condition, replace deteriorated shutters with Timberlane.
Yep.
Equivalent wood shutters on Mercer.
On the front, and then Boral on the, not Boral, the composite on the side.
Timberline composite shutters at the rear
Yes,
to match existing dimensions, pattern, and profile. Is that correct?
correct.
That's nice and clearly stated. Someone want to?
Question, Chairman?
Yeah.
I so appreciate, as I think we all do, again, the generosity of the seminary for making that innovation. Do we need to document that just for the record to put it?
Wasn't that what?
Yes, I think that's why we're here, yes.
Okay, it will be minuted. We don't need to vote it because it's an administrative decision, but it's going to be minuted?
I think it needs to be, because the shutters were not administratively approved, just the siding, and I think to give Ms. Kim guidance.
Yes, so the shutters were bifurcated because we were not happy with the product that they had submitted, and we were waiting for something to be resubmitted as an alternate. So the siding is a welcome change. And the shutters, could you just go over that again? The front shutters, the street-facing shutters will be what material?
The street-facing shutters would be wood, and then the other shutters would be composite.
The same as the timber?
Yeah, both Timberlane
All
brand,
to match existing dimensions, patterns, and profiles.
yes.
There are 2 street-facing sides.
My friend in the back there.
Because it's a corner.
Oh, 2
yes,
street
but
facades, 2
street
side
facades,
facades.
Yes.
Yep.
I think this is the most important facade of them all in terms of ornament, and it's just very important that all the elements get, because in some cases, like the frieze, they're not in very good shape, and you could see the repairs inside and out on the siding at the bottom. Anyway, I think particular attention should be paid to maintaining the original profiles on the architraves, for instance, and, you know, those capitals anyway, all of that is important, so.
It's spoken at 44 Mercer.
Oh, I'm sorry. How did we
Which
get
one are you
there?
talking about,
I thought that was already been, I thought that was water over the dam or
Which
under
one
the
are you
bridge or
talking about?
something.
He was talking about 15, 17.
Sorry, I
Oh,
thought I heard
15, 17?
29 was our last.
29, okay.
Okay.
See, my lucidity is transferred to you.
I think 44 is fascinating, but I didn't realize that they'd already agreed to replace the siding, so that's good news. And whoever it was who maintained that original profile on the back window there, I'm very appreciative. That, a couple of other factors.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, unless there's further discussion, we need,
I think we need a,
do we need to open to the public on 44, or?
I think probably we do.
Yeah.
yep.
Really? Does anyone really want to talk about 44?
Well, at least we need to give them the opportunity, whether they want to or not. It's up to them.
I'd just like permission to examine the interior.
Does the applicant have anything to present on this one?
We don't have anything specific to show on 44 as part of the regular
No,
presentation.
29.
However, we've gone to the this photograph of 1517, which shows on the bottom right, that mock-up is at the rear of number 44, showing the siding with two different window.
I apologize. I meant for 29.
We're not on 29.
Oh, we're not?
We're on 44.
Still. Sorry.
Again, this is 44, and again, the HPC administratively approved the replacement of the siding on all 4 facades of the house with hardy plank, but they have now switched it over to cedar wood. The shutters were not administratively approved. It's just you're going to reuse and repair shutters in good condition, replace deteriorated shutters with Timberlane or equivalent wood shutters on Mercer and Alexander Street, and Timberlane composite shutters at the rear to match existing dimension, pattern, and profile. Anyone from the public? No one from the public, Mr. Chairman? I would suggest further discussion and a motion.
Any comments?
We need a motion.
Also move.
So I have a question. Do we need to vote on this?
I thought we wanted to wrap it up because.
Okay,
it had been done
I didn't know
administratively, it
if
had
we
been
needed to, okay. So this is
challenged or
just a
brought back
formal
up.
change, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Okay, I think I ran out of
Second.
motion
We
sheets.
need a motion, Mr. Anderson, you made a motion?
I made a motion.
And we need a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Ms. Satterfield?
Yes.
Mr. Shatskin?
Yes.
Ms. Howard? Yes. Mr. Pyle?
Yes.
Mr. Endersby?
With the window you were just talking.
Mr. Endersby?
Yes,
Yeah, that
this is the.
Chairman
original
Shore.
profile.
Yes, please.
Thank you. We are now ready for
29 Alexander.
29 Alexander, and I'd like to call Mr. Jeffrey Fleischer, who is our project architect.
And Mr. Moore, just so we're clear, we're not talking about the additional rear demolition and replacement. This is just with regard to the front portions, or are we talking about the whole?
It's the rear demolition.
It's the rear demolition
The
as well?
front portion is, for the record, would be the same as with the other Stedman houses, except we wouldn't have the special side thing that we have for 31.
All right.
Okay. Yes, good evening. The front portion of this house, which is the original Stedman, would have the same scope as we've just discussed with the other Stedmans, where we would retain the siding on the front of the house. We do the Marvin inserts at the front of the house. This house had the porch restored, I believe sometime around 2009, so it just has a few rotten bases to the columns that would be replaced, and we would replace the railings on the front of this house as well.
I
with
don't
the
hear
wrought
anything
iron.
you're saying, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you gotta really.
Yeah,
Is
sorry.
the mic on? You gotta make like Darth Vader and like be right on.
Is
top
that,
of it.
is that better?
That's good.
Yeah,
Eric
okay.
can go through existing conditions if that would be helpful for you, Jeff.
Yeah, sure, sure. I'm sorry, Jeff, one other thing, you're correcting some zoning issues as well, is that correct? Yes, I was going to go through that. We're actually currently, the lot is non-conforming for lot coverage, and it's at 53.11%, and 49.5 is allowed, and we're reducing it to 47.16%. The FAR does comply, but we are reducing the FAR by 9%. We're reducing the side yard and the rear yard setback with this demolition of the additions in the rear and on the side.
So we're increasing them.
Can't hear a word.
I'm sorry, increasing, yes, increasing the setbacks.
You gotta use our outdoor voice tonight.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So we're proposing to remove the two-story addition from the rear of the home and replace it with The current home is 6 bedrooms, so we're going to reduce it to a 4-bedroom home. The addition in the rear will have a first-floor kitchen, mudroom, powder room. Second floor will have a laundry room and a bathroom, primary suite bathroom. The rear addition will take the form of essentially the, could we go back to the first slide? Sorry. Right there. So we have the 2 additions in the rear, the 2-story 1885 addition that we're going to be close to the footprint of that addition. And then we went through the existing conditions, the same treatment to the sides. We do have a lot of rot in this house. We're replacing sill plates. We're replacing the siding on the sides and also including the sheathing and the vapor barrier and insulation. You can see from the photos that there are a lot of holes. There's actually a lot of rodents in the house currently. The rear addition will be removed. We do have an engineer's report stating the condition is the actual structure is set on dirt. There is some small crawl space area, but for the most part, this structure is sitting on some rubble and dirt.
I mean, I put my foot through my living room floor a few years ago and wound up extracting 75 wheelbarrow loads of dirt and had to replace one of the floor joists because they were the ones that still have the bark on 3 sides, et cetera. It looks awful, but it can be done. And that's part of the original kitchen, which is the only original kitchen that I'm aware of along that strip, is apparent on the back of that building. Isn't it possible that that could be incorporated into the addition?
There are no foundations. So everything would have to be removed to put in the foundation or lifted, but the floor structure is, I think you can see from the photos, and which actually came from the engineer's report, which was done in 2009. So so it's more deteriorated now than it was, back in 2009.
At the very least, I'd like to see that all documented, and particularly because the footings for the fireplace and all the rest of that.
Well, it's all buried. There's no way to access it to identify every joist. Is that what you're talking about, or you're talking about just identifying the footprint?
Yeah, I'd like to locate where everything is and document it. In some ways, it looks older than the rest of the building. I doubt that, but it's, and we didn't get into the cellars of any of those buildings on Friday, so hard to say. Is there a full cellar under it, or just a?
Only under the Stedman. Yeah, like I stated, the rear addition is all on crawl space or sitting on dirt. And I believe part of it was porches that they infilled, but they never built any footings to support it.
We were there the other day. It looked
Yeah.
as if the second floor, particularly inside, and you were, I think it was Eric, you were pointing out the sliding nail holes on the upper story. My supposition is that, my suspicion is that there was a 1-story kitchen wing off the back of the house. So that's what I'd like to, if it's going to be, if it has to be removed, which I wish was not true, but it should be at least documented, because that is original
Could we just
fabric.
go to the removal
Can I
plans?
just see that
Which
before you
slide
change
is
it? Let me just ask you something before you change that. Jeff, on that previous picture, were you retaining or restoring the columns? I couldn't tell by the color.
Oh, yeah, we're retaining the columns,
Okay.
yes. The base has some rot, so we will need to.
And the
to fix
foundation
that.
also, is that?
No, that
that's-
was replaced in 2009.
Okay, so that's,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, the framing and the foundation will remain.
Thank you.
But this is the one that currently has those wood railings that are not original, that we're proposing to replace with the wrought iron.
Right, and so you're saying that you would like this to match 19 and 25, 27
Yes.
railings, right?
Yes. Eric, okay, thank you. So this shows the current layout, and as you can see, the kitchen is all the way in the rear, which would have been a later addition. It's possible that the kitchen could have been in where I'm calling the existing dining room. It is an odd layout because it has a sunk, there are steps down to the rear of the building. And that's one of the reasons that it's sitting on the dirt, because it's low to the front original piece of the Stedman home. And then the existing wing to the right, that really serves no purpose, and it does have issues with the structure as well.
The situation, I guess, with the seminary is, I don't know how they're going to apportion who lives in these buildings. Usually, if some people love old houses and love the features of old houses. If somebody's going to be popped in here, they may want this contemporary layout, but it's anathema to me. And I know you're not going to change it, and I have no reason to ask you to, but I would like to have the original openings into the front hall, for instance, and particularly into whatever it was that was behind this recorded, because this is so radically different.
Yeah, well, we do have the floor plans recorded, yes.
I mean, I could notice when we were in there that you could actually see where the saddles were for the doors in there, and I'd like to know for sure.
Right. So the proposed first floor plan will have a kitchen on the first floor, and I think I went through that. So if we want to go to the next slide. And this is the second floor showing the two rear bedrooms, which will be removed.
Awkward.
And then the new bathroom and laundry room on the new proposed second floor, which will be linked through the existing stairwell. You can go to the next. Yeah. So here above you see the existing west elevation, proposed west elevation. Currently the house has a lot of electrical conduit on the exterior of the house that will all be removed. One of the windows is shuttered over because there was an interior closet. We'll remove those shutters and reinstall the window in that location. And then we have the two-story and one-story addition highlighted in the red in the rear. And then the east elevation, similar treatment as the prior.
Awkward.
Is that it? Yeah, and then everything, yes.
So Jeff, on that last drawing, it showed that the corner boards were going to be boral. Are they going to be boral on all the corners?
Yeah,
Well, again,
no, not in the front.
Not in the front facade.
Not in the front
It's just
facade.
like the other Stedmans.
Correct.
Jeff, is
Yeah,
that covered?
yeah.
That concludes our presentation on 29 Alexander.
Elizabeth?
So I do want the commission to know this was one of the houses that we had visited, that Elric, Frida, and Charlotte, and by far this was probably in the worst condition. So the area where they are proposing to demolish, structurally, they had some problems. I mean, it was pretty bad. And I don't know if Elric or Frida want to, chime in, but I think that the demolition is warranted for this section.
Could we go and look at the side elevations again? Yeah. Is it my eyesight at this hour that in the new elevation on the east side, that the window on the first floor is smaller than the window on the second floor? And is there a reason for that?
Yeah, the window on the first floor is in a bathroom.
Bathroom.
The one on the second floor is in a hallway.
Anybody else have any comments, questions?
I think it's awful. I mean, this reminds me of the building on Edge Hill. This reminds me of the building on Edge Hill. It's just, it has been radically changed, and no one's going to see the rear wing if we're lucky, but otherwise, I just think it's unfortunate. And of all the houses, this is the one that really has the most interesting facade, and it's a shame that the rest of the building is being altered, in my view. It's awkward.
Mr. Endersby, do you have any suggestions with that comment?
I'm just going to abstain.
Frida? Any thoughts? Questions?
Thoughts? Usually the American way is to make things bigger, and they're actually making it smaller to suit a family, so
Yeah.
it's a little awkward, but, I mean, I think it's functional, and, the addition is all in the back. It's not offensive to me, so I'm okay with it.
I can't hear her.
At this end of the table, anybody have any questions or comments on it? So, okay.
Public comment?
We have to do public.
Oh, right, yes. Public questions or comments on this? Seeing none?
More than that, Mr. Chairman.
I understand that.
I don't know about you, I get up at 4:30. This is getting close.
4:45 for me, you had me beat by 15 minutes.
There you go.
I did 5.
And swimming in the morning, you get into that routine.
All right, do we have the information we need to put together a motion?
So, Mr. Chairman, the motion would be pursuant to the testimony that was placed upon the record with regard to this house. As was stated, the back portion of the house, as seen by the east elevation, will be demolished and be replaced by a smaller addition for the so that one family can, so it's a one-family home. And they have agreed to the replacement and restoration that was stated for the other houses as well, on the front older portion. So that would be the motion.
Does anyone want to move that?
Did I get all that, Ms. Kim?
Yes, same as the other ones, right?
Same as it ever was.
It's getting late, Mike.
As it ever was.
And is this one also subject to a subcommittee?
Subject to subcommittee, board members, or commission members?
I don't see why it shouldn't be. Let's just be consistent.
Water flowing underground. Sorry, I couldn't resist. So we need a motion.
So moved.
Tom Pyle.
Second.
Okay, there. Ms. Satterfield?
Yes.
Mr. Shatskin?
Yes.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Pyle?
Yes.
Mr. Endersby? Chairman Shore?
Yes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for putting in the work and the effort to
Mr. Kennedy
bring
owes
this.
you a very nice dinner, Mr. Moore.
All right, do we have anything else on our agenda tonight?
Can I make one more motion?
Sure.
That we adjourn?
The lights are out here, the cameras have gone down. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Applicant, commission members, public.
Well done. So what's still open that you